Welcome everyone. Another day, another live stream. This definitely keeps me busy. Keeps me busy. We're off to the great start. However, having trouble talking. I might be a little bit slow today as I had a really long day at work. Yeah, so the topic for today. The topic for today is to continue with our SurrealDB schema. But the idea... Oh, hello, Drunken. Yes, you had great timing. So yeah, the idea for today is to continue with our SurrealDB schema to actually expand it in a way that if somebody gets on my blog, logs in, the login happens through the Clerk service. It was just really easy to integrate them. I would like that whenever they log in or create an account or whatever, a separate row is created in a database with their credentials and everything. And then from their browser, there's JavaScript that is allowed to reach out straight to the database. And the database has all the protections that, depending on the role of the user, it allows only to access specific data or maybe, set specific data. Like, a user, for example, can only comment and like something, but cannot, for example, write posts, cannot list other users, or many other things. They could access only the stuff they need. And this way, we could make JavaScript that basically is define a schema that works like a backend for us for a site that's written in Astro and statically generated, so there's no server behind it. So yeah, that's the idea. So the first step to implement that correctly, of course, is to look at the documentation a little bit, because we want to do things correctly. So what we're going to do is first we're going to peruse through the authentication, and by peruse I mean we're just going to read through it. And as a disclaimer, I am using SurrealDB version 2.0. If we will go to surrealdb.com, okay? We'll go to surrealdb.com. We should be able to go probably to, what can we find? Releases. On the releases page, you can see the latest release is 2.0 Alpha 9. That's an alpha version that's not even beta yet, so most likely they're using 1.5.4, but the thing about the 2.0 is that it introduces a little bit different way to define this authentication that we're trying to implement today. Hello, Gabriel, how are you? It implements it a little bit differently. Therefore, from my end, where I'm not making any system that's, like really important or something, I'm fine with instability here and there. I like the cutting edge, and this was released just 2 days ago, and it's absolutely awesome because the version 9 brings in override clause for defined, which is awesome. And the other thing that I like is support for idiom destructuring, which is awesome. What is string is record? I haven't seen this one. Is UID, is datetime, is record. What is record? That's how you learn about it. You just go on to GitHub to see what on earth this is. Checks whether a string is a record ID, optionally as of a certain table. Oh, okay, I see. So just check if that's actual record. That's a cool way to check if the string is something like that, right? Why not? So we'll be using the 2.0, and therefore instead of using the difference here will be that instead of using the define scope, that's how you did this kind of record user through scope. I believe that was scope user back then. Now you use define access, and there's a bit more docs about it, a little more features. It seems a bit more polished, I'd say. So yeah, so let's just read overall about authentication, how it works in the database, because there are two types. All right. By the way, how is everyone doing? All right. How is everyone doing? How's your Wednesday/Thursday? Authentication. There are multiple forms of authentication built into SurrealDB, supporting different use cases. System users, created by the SurrealDB administrator and used for managing and consuming the database. Okay, so this is what we're using so far. You could just create a user. Initially, when you start a Docker container, you need to define a root user, and then you could do things like define user to get that system user, okay? And then on top of that, we have the record users. Users for consuming the database within permissions logic. They allow custom, sign up, and sign in. So this is the fun part. We can actually, the system users are the rigid thing. You have your name and password, if you can be assigned here and there, what are your roles and whatnot. While record users, we can actually define our own logic for what happens when, how to sign in. Maybe you want to have 3 passwords required to log in. You can do that. Why not? It's just your own logic written in SurrealQL, which is kind of cool because the language is cool as well. Alrighty. So, system users. System users is the term we use to describe users defined directly on SurrealDB by the administrator. Okay? Same concept as any other database. Users may belong to different levels, root, namespace, or database, and have different roles assigned to limit what they can do to the system. Users are defined with the define user statement. Okay, we're gonna take a peek at that in a second. SurrealDB implements RBAC, role-based access control, to define what a user can do. Each user is assigned 1 or more roles, currently limited to the built-in owner, editor, and viewer roles, and will be allowed to perform an action over a resource as long as at least one of their roles allow it. At least, so I guess this is, adding the privileges, not getting the comma, not any other schema. Basically, if one of them allows for something, there's no concept of disallowing, I guess. And there's only 3 roles in the first place. So go to the define user for more information. We're gonna get there in a second, but I think we might have actually enough info right here. So an example, define a root level user. Root level users have visibility into all namespaces and databases, which means that their permissions apply to all of those levels. Okay. So yeah, because the root is kind of the whole database, right? And then by database, I mean the SurrealDB server. Root has access to the whole server, the entirety of it. While the server is divided into namespaces, and those namespaces are divided into actual databases. So the root level user can do everything. So we can define user, John, on root, and the password is something. And roles, owner. So that's like the master root user. Owner can basically do anything. And on the whole root, which means it can manage the whole, basically the whole database. Yeah. The whole server. Sign in using the new user. Examples using the JavaScript SDK or a raw HTTP request. Okay. So you can still, even though it's this kind of root user, you can sign in from JavaScript or any other kind of SDK. we create Surreal, we connect, we give it the address. Remember, JavaScript preferably connects to the to SurrealDB via WebSockets so that we have fast access. We define what namespace and database we want to connect to. That's the requirement for JavaScript at least. And then you can sign in. What's the user? What's the password? And that's it. And as far as I know, this isn't stored as a plain password. So you don't have to worry about, setting that. And I think if we're going to take a peek at define user, here it shows that we can define a user, can even override the user on root, namespace, or database. And we can either add password or password hash. So that's another interesting thing. And I believe when logging in, when sending the data, we can also send the hash instead of always sending the password. This way we just compare those hashes and we're done with it. If we're going to do the password thing, we're basically relying on whatever encryption SurrealDB has or maybe is configured with. I haven't found much on configuration yet, but I know that there's tons of various flags somewhere, in the code of the database. And if one wants to dig, you can always dig because it's open source. All right. There's even duration for token or for session. Oh, we're gonna get there. All right. Okay, and you can just log in also with HTTP requests as long as you provide some headers, I guess. I am not sure what -d is in curl, but you can specify, what the user is, what the password is, and that would just sign it in. Oh, I think it just returns a cookie or something. I don't know. I haven't read much about, just calling HTTP requests, but hey, you can do that. You can just log in as root via normal HTTP requests, do some stuff, and log out, and you're done. So that's fun for, little maybe scripts that do something that you need to maybe run on an interval. You don't have to have in the client. You just send HTTP requests and you're done. Super simple. Okay, so we saw defining the root user. How about the database user? Database level users have visibility into all resources that belong to the database where the user is defined. In this example, we will create a database level user, Mary, with a password and the editor role. So define user, Mary, on database. But the thing is, I believe we already need to be, because you can run this command only when you're logged in as a user in the first place, right? Because when you start a new instance of SurrealDB, you need to provide credentials if you want to enable authentication in the first place. I think in 2.0 is actually enabled by default. You need to define what is the root user username and what is the root user's password to start it. Let's see if we're gonna go to SurrealDB Docker. I'm gonna search for that. Okay, there's an option to run the thing with Docker. And I know it doesn't look the prettiest, but basically when you run the container, besides ports and everything, you specify the user and you specify password in some way. Configure authentication. There we go. User and password. There we go. User root, password, something. And this way you just have it specified. Then, authentication is enabled. But next time you start a container, you don't need to pass that information anymore because it's already saved in the data. That's a little thing. So basically, we start as a logged in user, okay? That's the only way to run any requests. Therefore, here, we were creating another root user, okay? So this would cause that we have multiple of them. While here, we're adding additional one that's for a specific database. And for that, we need to actually switch to a specific namespace and switch to a specific database first with our, admin user. And only then, when we create this, it makes sense for SurrealDB, like, oh, this user that we're creating is for this database that we're logged into right now. And remember, database is different than the server. I hope it makes sense. I really hope it makes sense. And this is a role editor, which I believe can create content, can remove content, can review content, but I think the editor role can't create other users. So that's the thing. Owner can create other users, editor cannot. And viewer cannot edit data, can only view data. All right. Sign in using the new user. So examples, use JavaScript SDK. We have basically the same thing. We need to specify namespace a database. Or we can just do it here. So this is a connection to that namespace and database. And because we are signing in a database user, we need to let SurrealDB know which database this user is located. Okay, interesting, even though we have this specified here in a connection. I guess not too much to ask. I guess it would prevent situations. I don't know. That's how it works. So that's great. That allows us to work with those database users. And the thing is with those, what they call them, system users, is that besides specifying the role owner, editor, or viewer, they don't have any other restrictions. That means if we're going at some point to, let's say, do the define field, let's say I specified some kind of field. On fields, you can specify something called permissions, where you can say that, let's say, email, for reading, only those that are published can be viewed by the user themselves, right? So if you have a user, it can preview it. Only that specific user himself can preview their own email, and only when it's published, which is very interesting. Either when it's published or when it's the actual user, or can be changed only by the owner, deleted only by the owner, or maybe by the admin, things of that sort. And the whole idea is that those permissions are checked whenever you send a request. But that's the big thing that's kind of slightly missing from the docs, I believe, is at least it's not said somewhere in bold font explicitly. Those permissions don't happen. None of those checks happen if you're logged in as a system user. None of this will happen. This will happen only if you are logged in as the record user. Okay? That's the big difference. And record users are available since 2.0. It's kind of weird that it doesn't mention the previous scope users anymore. I don't know. I kind of liked having switched between 1.0 and 2.0 versions of the docs, but everything's transitioning, right? So record users represent users that are defined as a record in a database instead of through the define user statement. Since these users exist as regular database records, these are literally users defined by having a record in a database, in a table. They can have associated fields containing any information required for authentication and authorization. So when we were defining the system user, we had only a set of fields like what's the role, what's the name to log in with, what's the password, and which database or which namespace, and that's it. That's all there is. Well, here, because these are normal records, we could just, let's add email, let's add something else or something else. It's just normal table that we can just shove as much information into as we want. Thanks to this, SurrealDB is able to offer mechanisms to define your own sign-in and sign-up logic, as well as custom table and field permissions for record users. This feature contributes to making SurrealDB an all-in-one backend as a service. So this is something that I usually didn't like. I usually didn't really like the idea of backend as a service, that your database is so integrated that you put logic in it. But sometimes it just feels right here. It's shocking to me. I'm starting to like it, which is surprising. In some scenarios, I can see it being actually useful. So you could compare it a little bit to systems like, for example, Firebase. Firebase has its database Firestore, where you can set, where you have just JavaScript SDK, and your front-end application can connect directly to the database, log in as the user that you just logged in as, and access only the stuff that you defined in their little permission configuration. This is very similar, although it feels for me like this is executed in a much more pleasant manner. And of course, it's way more open because it's really easy to add some, more custom logic. Record users are defined with the define access statement of the type record. So this is very 2.0, okay? The equivalent of that was the define scope in 1.5. A record access is configured with the following specific clauses. Sign up defines the logic for when a user signs up as a record user. It usually creates a new record in a table. Okay, so we have that process. And this is where you can already define some logic that maybe you reject that sign up because of something. Or maybe this, maybe that, plenty of reasons. Additionally, we have sign in. Defines the logic for when a user signs in as a record user. Usually checks credentials against table records. So by default, record users have no permissions. Absolutely no permissions. They don't use the role-based access control. And can only access data if allowed by a permissions clause, which is defined on every data resource, for example, tables and fields, and defaults to none. So this is a stark contrast to something like Firebase and their Firestore, which by default is like open. Like everyone who logs in has access to the whole database, with exception maybe to listing users or something. But here, by default, if not specified, nobody has access to, which is, in my personal opinion, very, very, very important. So, to learn more about creating a record user, refer to the define access type record documentation. We will get there. Let's just finish here with some basic examples, because I like this. This is like a nice overview. I read through it, I believe, once or 1.5 times at some point, but it's different when you actually read it aloud and try to explain it and actually paying attention, not falling asleep. Because I have this habit of reading documentation when lying in bed. So, yeah. Weird hobbies. Example, set up record authentication. We will go over one of the many ways you can set up record authentication. Given you can define your own logic, there is not a single way to do it. Feel free to modify where needed. Define the user table and fields. Typically, you will define a user table where new records are created every time a user signs up. In the following code snippet, we will define the user table and a few fields that enforce the following. An authenticated user can select, update, and delete its own user record. That makes sense. They can view, change, and delete their own account. Perfect. Full-on self-service, right? Asserts. Hello, Mithridates. Yeah, this plus security best practices pages are all Jared's work. The guy implementing all of this. Very engaging documentation. Awesome. I must say, it's very interesting that, from my perspective, that, okay, I'm learning about this product. I mean, I've been following roughly SurrealDB from whenever it was initially announced, at least, publicly. Then it became actually available and released, and I never did much with that other than follow it. But it's really interesting that, me, a tiny little streamer, has an actual person that works on a database, or in your case, I believe you're mostly dealing with, taking care of the documentation and community, and then mentioning names of actual people who actually work on features. It feels awesome. It really feels great because it gives you this feeling that, hey, there are actually people working on that, not robots hidden away in robotic teams. So, yeah, it's a very nice community feeling, I would say. Okay, so the idea is that the authenticated user can select, update, or delete its own user record, okay? Asserts that the email provided by the user is actually an email address. Yep, we don't want somebody to put 1 to 3 and we assume it's an email and then they can't get their stuff working. Forbid users to use an email that is already in use by another user. We do this by creating a unique index for the email field. Perfect, so let's see how we define it, because this sounds probably really simple. So we define the table user, which will be schema full. Again, schema full means that we can't randomly add more fields to the user. This will prevent so that if we have a user that can edit their own record, they won't be able to add new records. I mean, add new fields to their own record, because one could assume that, okay, wow, I can add here. I'm gonna just start shoving that out. I know, I'll make it my own Dropbox. In theory, it could happen. I'm sure it's not that simple, but yeah. So we create that table user schema full, and we define permissions on it. So for select, update, and delete, those permissions will happen only where ID is equal to the auth.id. So this will be explained a little bit more in more detail a bit later, I believe. But the whole thing is that the auth object currently will hold only the ID, which is connected to basically the ID of the record of the user. So if you log in as a user, right, you are basically represented by a record in a database, and each record in the database has its ID. So here we're making sure that select, update, and delete is allowed only when your user ID is the same as the one you're trying to select or update or delete, okay? This way, nobody else can actually do anything with the record, unless it's a system user. System user will be able to just display it, no problem, because those permissions don't affect the system users. Then we define field name on the user, and the type will be string. Okay. Then we have and I assume that we can all select, update, and delete for the user themselves, right? Because this is for the whole table, so I guess overrides the default permission of no permissions. I mean, considering all this, that makes sense, yeah. So it'll be a field name, a field email, which is also a string, but we add an assert to make sure that this is an actual email. And then we define the field password on user type string. This sounds very much like storing passwords as plain text, so maybe don't copy this example one-to-one. Just a little suggestion. I believe there's a little bit more interesting example of that a little bit later. It would be just nice to have a comment that, hey, this is not a great practice, because there's just too many people that just take an example, copy, paste it, works, done. And yeah, I just wouldn't trust users. Define index email on user. Okay, so here we're defining the index. We'll call the index email, not to confuse it with the field email. In theory, it doesn't have, the name of this doesn't matter. You could make it, I'm a jolly fellow 123, right? This could be a name of the index as well. And the index will be on this table. And the fields, it will be just email. So we're putting an index of the field email and making sure that it's unique. Therefore, the email, there can be no duplicated email anywhere in the table. And that's it. We just have defined, a nice table for storing user data. So yeah, that's that. That's awesome. And it's just a normal table, right? There's nothing special about it. So define the user record access. Define the user record access. Allow user to sign in and sign up by using the table and fields defined in the previous step. So we'll configure the record access like this. The sign-in logic needs the email and password parameters to be provided by the user. In the query, we can use them as email and password. Okay. The sign-up logic needs the name, email, and password parameters to be provided by the user. In the query, we can use them as name, email, and password parameters. Okay. So let's see what it looks like. So here's where we actually define the access. Okay. Define access user on database. Okay, so again, we need to be logged in as a database. And I think another disclaimer is that to actually specify those define access, you need to be, again, logged in as a system user. You can't be just logged in as some other random user. You need to be a system user to be able to define things like that. And I think it works for any kind of define something. You need to be a system user to kind of modify the structure of the database. I think. So we define access user. I wonder if this needs to be exactly the same as a table. I am not sure, but something tells me it doesn't have to be. It's just a name for a type of access, I think. And it'll be a type record, okay? I wonder if we can define access on a whole namespace or something. That's interesting. If we have on database, what else would there be? Okay, type record. So the record means that this is the type that is actually just records. And we define logic for sign in. The logic is to select everything from users where email is exactly the same email. Okay? And, oh, there we go. And then we basically compare cryptographically the password that we just store in that user, which I believe it will be actual hash probably. Compare that hash to whatever actual password that we received from the query. Okay? So I guess because this is the sign in, we can use those specific parameters because however we're logging in, we need to remember to specify email and password when we're sending that sign in request. Okay? If we would define password 123, we would just need to make sure that our, frontend, for example, sends that specific parameter. Okay, so that's for signing in. We just make sure that the user exists and we match them by email. Okay, and that user's password matches the hash. Okay, while when we're signing up, when we're creating the account, all that happens is just create a new user. We set the name to be whatever we provided, email to whatever we provided. Again, this will automatically check if the email already exists. And password, we say crypto are going to generate and for the password. So this is basically generating the hash for the password. So we're not actually storing the password, in plain text. So if by accident we screw up this part and we allow one user to see, to to query records of all the other users, the worst thing that can happen is they're gonna get their hash passwords, which is not as bad as if they would just see the, plain passwords. If you don't care about storing emails, you can just throw them through the same thing and just, hey, I store emails as hashed ones. And you have extra safety because you have kind of two passwords. Or just get rid of the email and just have, no, we still want to match. Okay, maybe not, because the email, then you wouldn't be able to select via email. Yeah, but you could find ways around it, for sure. Alrighty, so if we define all this now, so how do we sign up as the user record? Now that the record access is defined, we can start using it. Examples using the JavaScript SDK or raw HTTP request. Let's see. So in JavaScript, we just log in as normally, to namespace to database. I mean, we connect to the database, and here we sign up. So we create an account. We need to specify which namespace, which database. Okay, this will be probably hard-coded in your, or whatever, configured in your front end, for example. Provide the name of the access method. So here is AC for access, specify user. So this is this. I guess I could name it however I want, because from which table I'm selecting things happens here. So this doesn't have to be, the table doesn't have to have the same name as the access. It could have completely different thing. Well, this access thing is used here. Therefore, you can define several different ways to log in to have, different approaches to things. So you could have probably define access maybe for your, I don't know, you have some cron task that needs to run specific set of queries from time to time, or I know, generate some reports or something. You can just define a specific access that maybe uses some API keys or something else to log in, and have different, logic to log in. Maybe store the users in a different database because of this and that. No need for verifying this or storing something else. You can probably make it that there's no concept of signing in, because maybe you want to create records manually for those, backend services. And then when logging in as a user, you would make it, I don't know, cron or backend or API or something. You can have multiples of those, which is nice. And then we provide the variables used by the signup query. That's it. Name, email, and password. And these are those. If we wouldn't specify them here, of course, things will fail. So that's great. Yeah. That is dead simple. Okay. And you can do the same thing by providing it in a normal HTTP request, which is fun as well. Now it has sign in as a record user. Once the user has signed up, it can now sign in when needed. Examples using the JavaScript SDK or a raw HTTP request. So let's look. JavaScript SDK. The same, and in sign in, we specify the same sets of fields. We just need to provide the email and password, because that's what we specified in our sign in. Only email and password is required, no extra stuff. Wow, this is actually really simple. But what's less simple is this part. Sessions. Whenever authentication is performed with any kind of user against SurrealDB, a session is established between the client and the SurrealDB server, with which the connection was established. These sessions exist only in memory on the server for the duration of the connection. Only in memory, okay? So when you restart the server, it's gone. And only for the duration of connection, okay? Whether it is a single request through the HTTP REST API or through multiple requests in the same connection, for example, using the WebSocket API. So I guess here is where we're learning that HTTP REST API, you need to kind of sign in every time you send a request, because that's how long the connection happens. While with WebSocket API, of course, the whole idea is that you stay connected. You have that ongoing connection and therefore can reuse the connection. Yeah. You don't have to log in every query. And any of the SDKs that leverage it. Okay, great. So if the concept blocks expiration, authenticated sessions remain valid for a certain duration. This duration is none by default, meaning that sessions will not expire unless otherwise specified. This duration can be customized on both the define user and define access statements to any specific value, defining the maximum duration of an authenticated session associated with that user or access method. After the defined duration, the authenticated session will expire. For example, the define user example duration for session 1D, as in 1 day, clause will ensure that any authenticated sessions for the example user will expire after a day. Okay. All right, but what is exactly the session? There is a session established. They are in a memory, okay, and they last until the connection. But it doesn't say what they do. Authenticated session remain how long, we can say how long they last, okay? That's great, but still, what do they do? Expired sessions can no longer be used to call authenticated methods. In doing so will result in a specific error handling that the session has expired. Okay. So I guess the session is the thing maintained that I guess holds our status as being logged in as a specific user, I presume. SurrealQL can be used to check the expiration of the active session by running select exp from, and we have the special parameter session, which shows the Unix time when the session will expire, or none in the case that the session does not expire. Okay. All right. I wonder if I will go in. Let's get Surrealist. Let's go to our streaming dev blog, I guess. This is what we were doing last time, I think. Or not? Was I doing that? Yeah, that's what we were doing last time. So if I will go here and I'll do select exp from session, will that work? Expiration none. What if I'm gonna so we actually got a response? Look at that. Or maybe not. Select everything. Do we have a session object? Yes, we do. Look at that. We've got the access, which is none. That's the supposed, if we were logging in as a record user, I guess the access would be specified. To which database we're connected, the expiration, which by default is none, it never expires. So I guess when we establish the connection, as long as we keep the WebSocket collection alive, we'll stay logged in, right? I guess that's the premise here. We could specify that, even if the connection is still there, after, 12 hours, shut it down. So you need to reconnect, or maybe not reconnect, you need to sign in again to prove that you're still you. Then we've got the ID. I wonder what that is, if that's the user ID. Then we've got the IP of the computer that connects. Great. Namespace. Or origin. Maybe that's the origin of the request. Interesting. How does it differ from that? Because this is, I believe, the Surrealist. The application is using Tauri, which is equivalent of Electron app. So that's that. RD, no idea. And then TK, which I already know is a token, which is yet again something. This will tell us which user we're logged in at and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, which is, we don't worry about it right now. But okay, so even a what do you call them? Even a system user, in this case a root user, has a session. Good to know, because it kind of is after record user, but here in a docs it shows as, you know, separate little sections, so I guess it's structured correctly. Hello CPN, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so we kind of figured that out, okay. Clients can reuse a connection with an expired session to refresh the session using valid credentials. Okay, so the idea is, like I was saying, that, you know, we stay connected. We can still use that connection even if our session expires, because it was said that, you know, it lasts only 12 hours. And even though that session expired, we just need to re-authenticate and we just get a new session. This includes calling the sign-in method to obtain a new token. That's the keyword, token, with credentials, and re-authenticate the session using that token, or calling the authenticate method to re-authenticate the session with an existing token. So this is telling us a little bit of how it works in the background. CPN says he's doing good. That's great to hear. So I'm gonna try to draw this to kind of figure something out. In the meantime, I just remembered I went crazy and I actually created a little Discord for people who want to chat with me, maybe about the videos, if they have any issues, or maybe what's coming up, or you know what, it would be nice if you made videos on this topic rather than the other one. So if you want to join in, there's just crickets there, nothing else right now. I'll send a link for those interested. How does it work? Send server invite copy. There we go. I'm gonna put it in chat if somebody wants it. If not, not a big deal. There's nothing there at the moment. Okay. So let me kind of figure out how it works. So we have session. So the session is kind of, we have the session, we have the connection, and we have a thing called token. I read a little bit ahead, so I think I'm starting to understand it. But I want to really understand it as, you know, kind of feels like if we're doing anything with authentication, you don't want to just skip stuff and like, oh, whatever. You actually want to understand. Okay. Whoa. So the session is related to the connection. So initially, when you start the whole thing, you create a connection, okay? You start a connection. So we're just gonna make an arrow here, and we're gonna call it time, okay? Time goes from left to right. You start a connection. So you basically do let's actually move it down a little bit. So let's make it that there's a client, right? Client exists, and our client could be a JavaScript application, maybe your backend application, something that connects some kind of machine. So the client basically goes, hey, connect. The connection gets established. From that moment, we can actually make it like right here in this corner. We connect it. Then what we want to do is that our client, which again, I'm gonna just stretch. I should have done it in Mermaid diagrams, but I don't remember the syntax on the top of my hand. So then, after we establish the connection, we want to basically, client says to the database, hey, create me a new token. So it will be authenticate or something like this, or like send credentials. Okay, send credentials, and that will basically create a token for us. And this token is basically like, yes, we verified that you logged in. You can use this token, which, by the way, has its own duration, and this token you can then use to actually, say, let's just draw an arrow that you get it back instantly or something. And then you can basically send a token to the database. Use token to sign in. Okay? Just gonna move it like this so that it makes a little bit more sense. So I think behind the scenes, this token is kind of like JWT. Yeah, we send our credentials to the database that we want to sign in or whatever. It sends us the token, which is like JWT. And we can then actually use that token to start a session. And the session lasts, okay, for a certain amount of time, okay? Let's say that our session is 24 hours, okay? Well, the token that we could use to log in, sure, it could be 24 hours too, right? Or maybe 30 hours. That means that if that session closes, you would need to send another token because it still exists. You would be able to send it here. But if you're gonna say, you know what, that token is valid only for 30 minutes or I don't know, 1 minute, you need to use it immediately. If that session expires, your backend will need to basically figure that out. Oh, my session expired. I can't run queries anymore. I need to send the credentials again and do that. So either your clients holds the credentials, which is kind of try not to do that, or you just make the token last a little bit longer so you can relog in or something. I don't know, it's up to you depending what you're doing with your application. But at the end, the whole thing is that the session expires, and with the session expires the with connection also. If we end the connection, the session expires too, and you will need to go through the whole process of doing stuff from the beginning, because the session is only in memory. It's not stored anywhere in a database. It's just in the memory. So the moment you restart the database or delete the connection, session disappears, and there's no trace of it. While the token, I believe, still lasts. So if your token lives longer, you could establish a new connection and reuse the token, I think. At least that's what my brain tries to tell me, that, this is what would make sense. Okay, so that's so much for the overall intro to authentication. What I would like to do next is move that out of here because it's in my way. The next thing I would like to do is basically look at record users, which is undefined access, okay? Let me just do one thing offside for a second. What was I doing? Let's just pop that here. Okay, we're good. So I would like to try to implement it in our, in case of my blog, that on my blog you can log in to the database and basically the JavaScript can contact that database directly. Therefore, I don't have to run any other backend other than hosting the database. And for that, I don't want to hassle with, storing passwords or maybe, making the login fields or whatever. If I'll go to my blog, okay, I already have that I'm logged in, right? It's already here. I use Clerk so that I don't need to store anything. I already have everything connected. This way you can log in with, GitHub or for example, the a Google account. And for the user, it's great because, I already have an account basically. I just click login with this and I'm done. For me as a developer of the blog, it means that, I don't have to worry about where I'm storing the things, how to suddenly maintain all the, sign in, forget password, or maybe manage an account where I have extra little display and whatnot. This is just a blog that nobody visits, and therefore I don't want to worry about that. That's the idea here. So I would like to be able to use this already existing authentication to log in to SurrealDB, because this already ensures for me that, somebody has a username, that somebody used some kind of authentication method. In my case, it's only Google or GitHub, which means that it's unique. Okay, it's not like you can go and create 300 accounts and just start spamming my blog. I mean, in theory it could, but it will be more difficult. I could even make it check if the email is already verified or something. So the idea is to reuse that existing mechanism instead of trying to re-implement it on my side. And it turns out with SurrealDB, you can 100% do that. So when we use the define access, we have several ways of doing that. Okay. So defining an access method allows SurrealDB to grant access to resources using different kinds of credentials. Okay. And by the way, to use the define access statement, you actually need to be logged in as a system user. Just by the way. So here we have the statement syntax. We're not going to read through that right now. Let's just look at the things that are mentioned here. JSON Web Token, JWT access. So this already sounds like, this will be nice, because behind the scenes, when I log in here, what happens is that I just get some credentials, right, from the backend, and that's it. So that's one thing. I already have a JWT token. A JWT access method allows accessing SurrealDB with a token signed by a trusted issuer. The contents of the token will be trusted by SurrealDB as long as it has been signed with a trusted credential. Okay, so you can learn more about JWT access method in the documentation. But what this doesn't mention here is that this isn't the record type user. Bear in mind that the table and field permissions only apply to record user, not to this. This is more of a... Doesn't mean that this is regarding system users. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I would understand. This is for system users. What I care about is record access. A record access method allows access to SurrealDB as record user, because I want to specify those users as record in the table. Record users allow SurrealDB to operate as a web database by offering mechanisms to define custom sign-in and sign-up logic. We read about that, okay? And that's what we want to do. So other than that, we have just information about the duration, which we can specify. For example, we can specify access account, duration for token 15 minutes, and for session 12 hours. So this is what we mentioned, the difference between token and session. Okay? And that additionally, we have some authenticate clause. So we haven't seen this yet. This is something relatively new. So we learned how to do the sign up. We learned how to do sign in, a little bit about tokens and sessions. But the authenticate clause can be used to change the record identifier returned by the sign in and sign up clauses, or replace the identifier provided in the token with authenticating, for example, with JWT. In the context of define access type record. the authenticate clause is always executed across sign-in, sign-up, and token authentication. So this is some extra logic that we can say, let's say we're using some kind of login service that maybe doesn't allow us to specify all the kind of fields however we want, or maybe uses something as something or whatnot. We could basically use the authenticate to modify the shape of the token, or maybe calculate some parameters before we pass them in to sign in or sign up or something else possibly. So I guess we'll read about it when we get to the define access, okay? So when used in the define access tab JWT, the authenticate clause is used to validate token claims and can be used to log or stop authentication attempts. Great. In both cases, the clause expects nothing to be returned and will otherwise fail with a generic error. The throw statement can be used to return a custom error to the end user. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to ignore the JWT. We want to deal with record users. And here we have a little bit more docs with more actual examples that we'll be able to actually start using. So a record access method allows accessing SurrealDB as a record user. CPN says they should rename SurrealDB to SurrealBE backend. I'm seeing nothing, nothing that is related to a database. Yeah, because we're just reading, it was mentioned a little bit earlier. Where was it? Authentication, record users. Record users represent users that are defined as record in a database instead of through the defined user. Okay? So this is the whole idea that you can have a table of users and they represent actual users, something that you would have, for example, in Firebase as their Firestore. And thanks to this, SurrealDB is able to offer mechanisms to define your own sign-in sign-up logic, as well as custom table and field permissions for record. This feature contributes to making SurrealDB an all-in-one backend as a service. So there you go. There's exactly that. It's exactly what it smells like. And normally, I mentioned before that you can, normally I don't like it, but here I'm actually starting to like it. So let's see what we can do here. So with the define access type record, okay? A record access method allows accessing SurrealDB as a record user. Record users allow SurrealDB to operate as a web database. Yeah, we just meant that. And they also allow you to define a custom table and field permissions. So what do we have here? Example usage below shows how you can define record access using the define access type record statement. So I think this is nearly the same as the previous example. Define access account on database, and the type is record. So on sign up, we create a user in a user table. We set the email and set the password to the hashed password that we received. Okay. For sign in, we just search the user table where the email matches and the passwords match. And we just specify additionally the duration for the token or for session and whatnot. Great. So the next example is exactly what I wanted, because I want the record user, but with a JSON web token. Successful authentication with a record access method results in SurrealDB generating a JSON web token, the JWT, or in the context of SurrealDB, just token. That can be used until its expiration to authenticate as the record user without the need of providing any additional credentials. These tokens can also be issued by third parties and trusted by SurrealDB in order to allow for authentication process to take place outside of SurrealDB. Great! While the resulting access claims can be provided to SurrealDB inside of a token that it can trust, this feature is provided by the with JWT clause, which behaves similarly to the JWT access method. So that means that in our database, we don't send credentials to the database anymore. we just grab the token from somewhere else, right? We'll just send credential, and this will be, in our case, it will be clerk.com, while this will be our Surreal database server, SurrealDB v. Okay, so we can get that from somewhere else and still send it when we establish the connection to the server to just get the to get the connection or whatever session established. So that's the fun part. Awesome. So how do we do that? Since the origin of the claims in the JWT is verified, those claims can be used within SurrealQL in order to provide table and field authorization through an external authentication using OpenID Connect, Auth, or simply acting as a trusted issuer of a JWT. That's it. This can be done by leveraging table permissions to allow or disallow access depending on the values of the claims in the verified token. For example, these claims can be compared with the records in a table to only return those matching a certain criteria. Bear in mind that the table and field permissions only apply to record users, which must use tokens that are verified by a record access method. Access provided by namespace and database tokens defined in a JWT access method, which is, not the define access, type record. No, if it will be the type JWT, which is this separate thing. So if we would use the JWT access method, is equivalent to access from system users, which is above fine-grained permissions. When application users will be the ones directly authenticating with JWT, defining a record access method with JWT is most likely the right choice. Exactly. This paragraph, I understand it now, but initially was really confusing. Because somebody that reads this for the first time and maybe isn't used to read this kind of stuff, which is exactly me, you can be confused initially by the concept of record user, system user, and then you have JWT that exists in both record and a separate type of access, and it kind of sounds like system user is a little bit different than JWT user. I am still not sure. So this could be, could be improved and probably placed somewhere outside of it, maybe in defined access, to just explain those terms a little bit more plainly ahead of time. Okay, so the following example shows how record access with a token can be used to grant authorization either by verifying that the ID claim in the token, which is used to populate the auth reserved parameter, matches the record that is being queried from the user table, or the privilege claim is set to true in the token. So, okay, so we switch to the namespace abcum and database something. We define the access, I don't know, token name, whatever, on a database, and it's a type record with JWT. We specify the algorithm of the token, which is RS-256, which is like the standard default one, and we give it the public key, okay, and that's it. This way somebody can log in with the token. Looks like we don't have to specify the whole sign up or sign in, because nobody's really signing up or nobody's really signing in, which is interesting. How does the record get created? And then we just make sure we have the table user, we specify some permissions and whatnot, and basic access to the record for all select, update, delete, and or even create. Oh, look at that. So users can create themselves. Okay, so I see. So we don't have to sign in or sign up. If we just pass the token that is verify, that we can cryptographically verify that matches the key, which already tells us this is from the trusted source. Instantly, we don't need any extra information. We just pass the token, says yes, that's great. Suddenly we get permissions to the user table to either select, update, or delete our existing user record, or create from scratch our own new user record. That's great. That means that somebody can log in without the record being in a database already. When they log in, you try to get the user, it shows that there's no user. Okay, I'm gonna create my own user record. And you can have permissions to select, update, delete, and create only when accessing through the users. The access method might be users. So I guess this needs to be present in the token itself. So we're gonna get to that in a second, how we specify in the token. Additionally, the record of the user being queried must match one of the identified in the token. Only matching records will be changed or returned. So basically you need to match the thing. So when you create, you can only create record that matches your Auth ID, and this again comes from the token. Or you can select, update, delete, or do whatever if inside the token you have a flag privilege set to true. So you can create a record user, add them privilege, and they can basically change up everyone's, can manage users, for example. That's great. This is worthy copy pasting. You may also use permissions clauses to perform additional verification on other JWT claims that may be required or recommended by the provider of the token, such as verifying that the ISS claim matches a specific principle using token.iss. However, this kind of logic may be better suited for the authenticate clause, which is only executed when the token is validated before an authenticated session is established, instead of in every query and for each record. Yeah, because the thing is that when we define those permissions, they're being checked for every record that we're querying, creating, trying to update. All those permissions are checked for every possible record that we're trying to access. So that kind of slows it down. And instead of checking additional stuff every time we query, we can set the authenticate, which runs basically when we try to log in with a token as well. We can just verify those things there, and if something's wrong, just reject the token, even though it was kind of valid coming from the correct source. Maybe it's from your development environment, and you try to use your development environment token to log in into production or something, and it's like, oh, sorry, not really. Or maybe it's, you can go crazy here. You'll know when you need it. In other words, that's great. The token payload should at least include the following claims when used to authenticate as a record user in SurrealDB. So that's the fun part. So our JWT token payload should have the expiration date, which namespace, which database, which access, which leads to, if you're doing your own sign in, sign up, whatever, it will be that name, or with a token, you can just check it here. I guess that's another thing that's not really explained, that this is different from somewhere else because this access is coming from the token itself, right here. And then the ID of the user, so that you can check it here or maybe as a different field or whatever you would like. Okay. When the ID claim is present in the token, the fields of the record matching the identifier specified will be accessible through the Auth reserved parameter. If you don't have that specified, the auth will be empty. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to do that. But you could always do the $ token dot whatever you placed here. Okay. Okay, great. And user records have fields such as name or email. Then the auth name and auth email can be used to access those values. Great. Specifically. And then we have some with issuer. This is if we want to do some additional stuff. I'm going to ignore it right now, but you can have not only the public key, but you can also have the private key and whatnot if you have that knowledge or something. I'm not going into that. And you can specify which algorithm and whatnot. And yeah, then you have the authenticate record thing, which we have an example here. I won't read about it yet because I would like to start implementing something finally. But the whole idea is that when you have that access defined, you can add additional authenticate. And I can see an error here already. The with JWT can't be here. It needs to be before the authenticate. That's what I saw once I tested and it had problems. So with needs to be before the authenticate. I think it's all the way up here. Oh no, maybe it's correct. Authenticate and then we have with JWT. Maybe I'm wrong. But order is important. That's all I can say. The order is important. So we could say that when we're authenticating and we provided the authentication ID, we just return it. Okay. Otherwise, we return the token email. Oh no. Otherwise, if we have the email, we basically search for the user from there. And we also return it. That's interesting. Why are we returning it? I thought the authenticate was supposed to not return anything. The authenticate clause can be used to change the record identifier returned by the sign. Or replace the identifier provided by the token. So this is for specifying the ID that will be inside the auth. So you could just perform calculations and whatnot. Okay. Makes sense. All right. I like it. Interesting. So in the below example, we check if the session may already be tied to an existing user by using the auth preserve parameter, which contains the record identifier of the authenticated user. If we can select the ID field from auth, it means that the token already contained the ID. Because yeah, we're checking if this was none, empty, this if wouldn't go through. It would just go search for else and it would check for this one. Okay. If that's not the case, we can check if the token contains a different claim that we can rely on to uniquely identify users. In this case, we check for an email address. If the email claim is present in the token, we try to retrieve the user from the user table by their email address. If none of the queries return record, the authenticate clause will fail with a generic error. Oh, because we didn't do any throw. I see. Okay. You can also choose throw to, custom error or something. So I can see it very helpful when you have, for example, a larger system where maybe you have one database and several separate services. Okay. The case of my blog may be a little bit silly, but let's say that I have my blog. You can log into it. It uses the database. But maybe at the same time, I want to have a separate system for, editing blog posts, right? For authors. Maybe I want to make a web app for that. And because of reasons, I'm using a different authentication method than Clerk for those authors. Because I had reasons. Or maybe it's a big enterprise and it uses various ways to authenticate that populate different fields because of reasons. And therefore here in this authenticate, you can basically check what's the way to actually find the proper credentials no matter where the token is coming from. And yeah, and that's it. And again, you can still define multiple ways to access so that, you know, you can have different providers of tokens and whatnot defined, and eventually they can all lead to the same kind of table of users or various tables. So yeah, this is very flexible. I really like it because A, I am able to understand it. B, I'm able to get excited about it. C, it's really flexible. Okay, so let's try to implement something. So we had this thing here where we want to specify the JWT payload, okay? So I actually have it specified somewhere here. So if I go to clerk.com, and it's gonna reload, I'm in the, you know, xconti.tech development. That's the environment here in the dashboard. So you can go to sessions, and here you can customize your session token. Augment your session tokens by adding custom claims. So I already pre-filled it a little bit, and this is what I defined here. So if we compare it to this, it's very similar. So what did I do here? Basically, I specified that the access will be users, because this will be for the users. I just gave it a name of the access, users. Database will be this, ID is, yeah, so the database is specified here. I mean, the thing is that Clerk just sorts them for you in alphabetical order, so they're kind of out of order. So let's say that I specified the namespace will be development, the database will be xconti.tech, okay? And then I specified that the access will be users. Again, whatever I want to check, whatever I want to provide, I'll be just checking it somewhere here to make sure the permissions are for that kind of access. And then ID, that's the way that will be, you know, logging the user in. So what Clerk allows us to do is that we can use those short codes, which is like, you know, double curly brackets to inject some kind of value. In this case, user ID. So I can make it that I basically create the ID as a string, user table, colon, and I use those funny little characters that you can see here and there for documentation, which basically make it possible that inside here I can have different characters like dashes, underscores, and maybe some other stuff. And it will be considered basically a unique value inside. Because I don't know what the Clerk will decide to be an ID. I don't know what characters they're gonna use. I know that they will use just underscores and stuff, and numbers and normal characters. So I just put in those funny little brackets and inject the value here. And this will be basically the ID of the record that I want to create for the user. Straight up like that. No decision making required on the database side. The moment I get the token from the Clerk, I already know which record to access in the database. And then on top of that, I decided, you know what? I'm gonna plop in the name of the user. I mean, a username in this case, because this is something that everyone that creates their account on my blog, they need to pick themselves a username that will be used for displaying on comments and whatnot. So why not have in a database? This way, maybe if I'll make sending automated emails or something, I can check basically, hey, send it to users with email and maybe say hello, start the email with hello and their username, right? This way, at least I'll have something. And then additionally, maybe phone number as phone or something. I don't know. Probably shouldn't be there. So maybe let's delete it because storing email is already storing lots of personal data. And I don't want to store phone numbers because that's just simply puts more, what's the word for that? More responsibility on me as a developer, because I'm suddenly storing more personal data or personal personally, or PI. All right, so that's it. So maybe we'll figure out what this token looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually gonna open a new instance of Visual Studio. Let me just do this. New window. Is that separate? Yeah. Let me just open the proper thingy. Come on. Okay. So I have my the repository for my blog, and I should be able to just do pnpm dev to start the local thing, I believe. It runs Astro, it builds the website, and hopefully it's gonna work. Well, let's see. So let's new page, paste in there we go. So there's the website. This is the local development. So I can log in, all right? And in my case, I'm gonna just use my GitHub. So let me just use the fancy button. I'm just gonna log in with GitHub. All right, there's nothing scary here, right? This is what the login does. Authorize Clerk to log me in. And I say this will be the xconti-github. That will be my username. So I'll continue. And bam, I'm logged in. It took my avatar from there already. Great. I can go to manage accounts, see all the details, right? Nothing fancy here. Connected accounts. There we go. So this is what Clerk provides for me. I just have that. I'm happy with it. I logged in through there. I have the account. So now what we can probably do is go to F12. And what we can do here now is go to application. And we're going to go to, what is it? Cookies. Okay, and there is session. So this is the value. This is just my development thing. It doesn't connect to production, so I'm not worried about that. I can invalidate those after the stream. And there's no database really deployed anywhere yet. And again, it's just local. So I can go to search for something like decode JWT online. And there will be the JWT.io website, where what you can do is basically paste in your token, and let's see what data are we storing. Do we actually have those set? This will give us a little bit of insight on what is going on. So we can see that it detected that the algorithm is RS256. So this is something that we need to configure our SurrealDB to, set things up properly. Then we see that we have those values that we specified here. The AC, we specified its users, which database to use, when it expires. We see that we have the user specified with those funny brackets, so we can make sure that things like underscore or something else won't mess up our ID. So this is something ready to use in a database. We have a bunch of other stuff. We can see that there's the username that we asked for. And we even got, like things like email address or whatnot. So yeah, there we go, and the namespace. So we have all the information that we need to basically, at least when we try to log in with that, it will already log us into proper database, proper namespace, and as proper user. So yeah, maybe we'll try to do that. Okay. So that means we need to basically define our access. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as an example because I kind of like the simplicity of it. We're just gonna do this. And I guess we need to have that database as well, right? So let's do this. I'm going to get this connection, right click, duplicate, and let's edit it. We're gonna name it, it'll be dev for development. That's the namespace I defined, right? Let me just make sure. Namespace and S is dev. There we go. Database will be xconti tag. Database, okay. We have that specified as well. The same server, we just create a new database there. And we log in as a root user on the, as a service user or server user. This way we actually have the ability to use the whole create account and whatnot. So let's try to do that. Let's get our query example and start editing it. And what we're gonna do, we're actually gonna edit it in this whole learning surreal. We're gonna create new file, access.surql. And we're gonna ignore all the other parts of the schema for now. So we can paste this and see how it goes. So we don't need to log into a specific namespace or database. We already did that in the surreal list. So define access and token name. Let's just make it user. We'll have the same name as this here, just to make things uniform. Not confusing, just uniform. We don't need, 30 separate names. It'll be type record with JWT. Notice that those things are not highlighting yet because, again, the 2.0 of SurrealDB hasn't been released yet. It's just alpha version, so things like syntax highlighting, they're not defined yet because, not everything in 2.0 is stable yet. So there's no point of doing that. Algorithm RS256, that's exactly what we're getting in Clerk. So next we need the public key. Let me show you where to get it in Clerk. When we get to our Clerk dashboard, sorry it's bright, that's how Clerk is. In your dashboard you can go to API keys, okay? And there will be show JWT public key. Remember, this is a public key. This is something that allows you to decode the token, but not encode it. For that you have private key, which is private for Clerk. It won't share with you for security purposes. So let's copy that key. And what we can do is replace the existing one. Bam, this is our private key. So this will be able to verify that the token is being basically encoded by Clerk. That's all we need to make sure that's actually valid token, which is awesome, just one string. And then we define the table user. So the question is, do we want to have the table user? How did we define the user here? Because we already defined it. We defined table user type normal, schema full. Okay, and we decided that we're not holding anything there. So let's see what they are suggesting. They're not defining any fields as well. So how about we just grab this and plop it in our users, okay? Okay, let's just make sure spaces 4, and let's reformat it. There we go. So we want to define user table. Will be normal, so only records will be stored here, not we won't allow the relations to be stored here, and it's gonna be schema full. This way we can't create anything extra. And then permissions for select, update, delete, and create. So this is, we basically we want every user to be able to create their account, delete their account if they want to, update data. I don't have any problems with that. All that data is there just for fun. And things like username, That's a good question. We're gonna get there. We're gonna figure that out. So the access is users. The access basically corresponds to the AC field that we defined. And we basically want to apply all those, permissions only when the access is specified to users. So the AC inside our token, the claim needs to be set to users. Additionally, we allow the user only to use the ID, access the record that we specify as an ID. It already has the ID, because if we'll look at SurrealDB, if I create, just for test purposes, create a record in a table, let's call a table test1, okay, create test1, set name is me, okay? I'm gonna create the record. You can see that the ID contains both the name of the table and the unique ID. That's why in our token, we're storing the ID as the name of the table and the token, and the actual unique ID. This way, wherever we are defining it here. This way, we want to basically match those two. I hope it works that way. I just hope it works that way. And we don't have anything like privileged. There's no such thing. To get permissions, what needs to happen is the access needs to be user and ID needs to match, and that's what happens. That's all. And we're actually not storing additional data. We're not storing email right now. We're not storing anything else. We just do that. Okay? So let's keep it that way. And I already have some idea of what to do in the future. But if nothing is defined here, we can just, the user themselves, they can check their record, although there's nothing in it other than their ID. They don't have anything to update, really. They don't have anything to delete other than the whole record. And they can create their own record, which is, again, empty. So, yeah, that's that. Yeah. So, let's do that. Let's define the table. Let's see if that query will go through. Define table, bam, bam, bam. Table user already exists. Oh, because I'm in the wrong thing. What? We didn't save it? Really? Come on. Yeah, dev database is xcondy tech. Let's just name it. Where do we have it defined? Explorer. Oh, I see. So, wait, what? Why did that happen? I thought we connected to a different database. Let's switch between them. Oh, look at that. Connection didn't refresh. Huh. Now we're connected correctly. Oops. Watch out for where you're connected to. Now we can call the define table, hopefully, and run it. There we go. So if we go to Explorer, we have the table for users, but nothing here yet. So let's see if we can try to define it that we can actually try to log in or something. So this is where we're switching to this area here. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create a separate Vue.js component just to quickly set up a little spot where we can maybe display a button or something to log in and show our information from the database and try to run some queries. Nothing permanent yet. So in source, let's create component, new file. We're gonna call it SurrealDB connection test.vue. Very nice and short name. And let me copy some existing components so that I can have some template. We have the sign in, sign out, all that stuff. Account button. There we go. So we import a bunch of stuff. Oh, and we already have stuff from Clerk, so we probably will be able to get a token from here. So let's leave that for now. I'm gonna ignore the whole is signed in or whatever, or maybe I'm gonna keep it. The server and all that stuff, I'm gonna ignore it. This URL and whatnot, let's just ignore all this stuff. And as the template, we're gonna figure it out here, what we want to actually display. Okay, so for now it will be Wololo component. This will be the way we display it. We just import some stuff and that's it. Where is use user coming from? Use user should be coming from Clerk. Oh, okay, great. So we're good here. Let's add it to maybe the front page. If I remember what I was. That's index. No, we don't want the blog. We want the main page. Here, right? Yeah, I'm a full stack developer, blah, blah. So we're gonna put it right under that. Under that section, we're gonna create another section. And we need to import a component, right? Account button. We do it here in the header. We just import the button and we use it just like that. And we just need to specify the client, whatnot. So we import the button. In this case, in Astra, we need to basically locate it. We're here. We're gonna out of pages / components, and we import the account button, right? So therefore, and here we can just plop the account button, and we can set it to client idle, which means that when everything else loads, only then our component will load and be interactive with Vue.js. So let's see if this actually works or we get any errors. And this is localhost, this is real. Let's go to localhost and we get, oh, not account button. So let me, SurrealDB connection test. There we go, copy. And here, save it. Oh, what now? In here, we have something messed up. There we go. We have leftovers of something. Okay, we got our Wololo component. Perfect. This is how 10x developers make websites. Okay, so what do we need to do now? I would like to basically add a button to login. So let's do button. I don't care about the classes. I wanted to show login to DB. Oops. Okay, we've got our button that doesn't show as a button. Sure, class. Whatever, it's a button, it doesn't matter. You like the website? Thank you. Alrighty, so we've got the button. So now let's define that on click. We're gonna call Surreal login. Okay, so let's define it. Constant Surreal login, And we're just gonna do the simple console logging into SurrealDB. For now, let's just see if we can actually see it here. Quick. Okay, there we go. We've got our notification. That works. Great. So let's just get our SDK for SurrealDB now. We need to add it. So we get back here, we go to SurrealDB, and at this point, we'll have integration SDKs. And, you know, SurrealDB, you can do what I'm doing now with all those types, and there's many more other, you know, open source little community made SDKs to connect, because it's just WebSockets, or you can even do HTTP or whatever you want. So in my case, I want to go JavaScript, and I don't think I'm doing TypeScript. I am doing TypeScript. So you can click TypeScript. It will take you to the same place, but you just have two options here. So installing the SDK. Getting started, install it. In my case, it would be npm. So we're just gonna do that. SurrealDB.js. So let's stop our server. npm add SurrealDB.js. I would use Rust if A, I knew Rust, B, wrote my website in Rust. I don't know. Oh, React DOM. This is the stupid thing about Clerk. They use React to render their components. So you need to pull the damn React just to display the component, which is stupid. But oh well. Okay, so we've got SurrealDB. And now we just say, hey, constant SurrealDB require this. Okay. Oh, sorry, not require. That's for all times. So what we can do here is that our component will basically import Surreal. All right. And how do we use it? Initialization. Or we can probably just look at our documentation for authentication that we just had. Do we have examples of that here? Authenticate clause? No. Okay, so maybe we'll just go to our example here. We have initialization, where we basically create a new SurrealDB, and then, oh, this is the fancy way. I don't like that. So let's start with the first thing that we, of course, need to do. So let's make it in a way that our component will hold some extra information. So we can define, or can we do that? Let's make a separate little TypeScript file for it. Do we want it in components or we want it somewhere else? Let's make it in source common. Sure, in common, new file, database.ts. And this is where we can actually specify those things. So we're gonna import that SurrealDB in here instead. Method says, CPN says, how about F#? Method says, I'm Rust only myself, but a low-key fan of languages like F#, NIM, Ada, and all the neat ones. Nice, F#. Yes, F# is like C# but functional. And OCaml, wow. Okay. And Rust was originally written on Caml. That's interesting to know. I would love to learn OCaml if it wouldn't run, if it wasn't running on Erlang environment, which some people say it's absolutely amazing. I just don't like that it's another virtualized environment. Kind of made me sad. And apparently it has some weird idiosyncrasies, but apparently OCaml is absolutely awesome. At least that's what I heard. So wow, kudos for for having interests like that. Alrighty, so the example here for initialization is to provide a function like in a database that will either return a SurrealDB or undefined. So if we have DB already defined, return it, otherwise just create new Surreal, and here we create the connection, use a specific database and namespace and whatnot. Okay, that sounds good. That's something we could use, just initialize it, right? So this is how we basically create a connection. In my case, I just want it to be, what do I want it to be? Let's check our SurrealDB connection. We want it to be this IP address, or in this case, domain. Okay. So this is going to be pointing to our SurrealDB server. Yes, F# is a functional programming language, and it runs on a .NET environment or whatever VM. And because of that, you can easily interconnect F# with C#, and it's actually a surprisingly popular language. I probably should try learn it at some point, because I'm doing lots with C#. So why not learn F#? I just read initially through docs and bounced off because it's functional, and you need to spend some time wrapping your head around defining things a bit differently. But that'll be interesting for another series of live streams. Definitely will add it to my bucket list of things to learn. All right, so we connect, and namespace we want to be dev, database. In our case, we want to be this one, right? Yes. Great. So when we call this, we should be able to, we should be basically logging in. I know that I defined a little bit neater way to do that somewhere else at some point, but I'll ignore it. And we have a way to close it and get DB, which is basically this same thing as here. Why do we do this if we can call this? Let's rename it to get DB and close DB if we want it, really. Great. Wait, what's going on? Export get DB. I just forgot about one thing here. And now we're good. Okay. So this will allow us to get the connection. And then we just want to have the extra, we have connect, wait, close, use, and whatnot. Authentication. So we have sign up that we don't want, sign in. Sign in, signs into a root namespace database or scope user. Again, scope user is the 1.0 or 1.x of SurrealDB. We want access, which is the 2.0. Okay, so we can use this probably. Just sign in, and we should be able to provide, username, password, namespace, database. Where do we put token? Authenticate? Authenticates the current connection with a JWT token. Maybe that's it. Maybe that should, that's probably will be it, because the token will already point out that, hey, this is this kind of access token and whatnot. So let's try that. We'll just need to get the token from Clerk somehow. So let's add additional export async async function, and this will be auth DB, and we just provide a token, right? Whatever, let's see where it goes. Okay, so normally here would be basically do this. So what we're gonna do is let db is await get db database. Okay, just so it's nice. Authenticate, and we pass it in the token. If not database, fail to get database, or like can't connect to the database. Let's keep it really dumb right now. I'm not going to make it pretty. And then we just try to await it, and do we get anything as a response? Promise boolean. And it's not described what this is supposed to be. Authenticate, yeah, I guess either if we connect it or not. I guess we're not getting an error, so we can do let success is this. If not success, authentication failed. Yeah, otherwise we're good. All right, let's think that this is correct. So in our little thingy, when we press the login to DB button, we want to basically first of all import. We want to AuthDB from common database. Can we call common? Do I have common defined this way? I think it's been defined somewhere here. Astroconfig. No. I don't remember where one specifies it here in Astro. There we go. At config, it will lead to config.ts. No, that's config. Common. Yes, we have common. Perfect. Okay, we're good. We can just call import it from common database, and we should be good. So now, how do we get token from Clerk? Let's do this. When we click Surreal Login, we're just gonna console log user. We pass on a user. Console log. Yeah, let's try the user if we get a token out of it or something, because I really don't remember. If we're not gonna get token in there, we're gonna look at the docs. Alrighty, so we go here. We refresh it. Oh, we need to start it up again, right? Okay, should be good. Reload. And there we are. I click login to DB, and what do we get? User. Computer reference. Oh, computer reference. Do we have a getter? Can I execute getter from here? Really? What is user supposed to be? User.value, probably. That's what it is. Because this is Vue.js. It's a proxy. Oh. What the heck? Okay. Documentation to the rescue. Clerk docs. And by framework, not really. I want to see the JavaScript user object. Properties, we have ID, first name, full name, has image, primary phone numbers and whatnot. We don't have anything else. Token, no token. Is there something like, there's a session. Does session have a token? No. Last active token. The last active token for the session. What is the token resource? Get token. Retrieves the user's session token for default Clerk token, and it's a string. So we should be able to call it on a session. And how do I get a session? Use user. Ay. That's the boring part. Search through the things. So have the overview. Usage. Once you have Clerk.js integrated into your project, you have access to the Clerk class. You're able to access and call a myriad of attributes and methods to control user management and authentication. So we didn't have the whole use thing, because this is just this. Do we have a script for view? Ah, that's what I'm using, I guess. View Clerk, there we go. I recall now using both things at the same time. So we've got getting started, components, composables. We have use user, right? Which returns this. That's not what we want. We want use session or use auth. Use auth composable is a convenient way to access the current auth state. Do we get a token here? Get token. Good. So yeah, that's what we could do. Use auth. So let's do that. We'll be doing use auth. Okay, and from that we're gonna do get token. Therefore, we will be able to do token, and token will be just get token. And we need to await it, I believe. So let's see if that works. Click. Oh, get token is not a function. Really? That's strange. Use auth, get token. Get token value and then run it. This is where v3 sometimes gets a little wonky. To get token.value, because that was a reference for some reason. I don't know why they're making a function under a reference, and then the value is an actual function that we need to execute. Welcome to JavaScript. Click. There we go. We've got a token. That means when we click login, we can do the auth db, and we just wait for the token value. Okay. And if we don't get an error, we should be good. If we don't have an error. Click. Failed to connect. Unsupported version. Oh, really? So do we need to... how do I define it? Not this in our database. So authenticate is upset about the version. So we're getting our first problems. Getting started, we have that, and we didn't have any other configuration option as far as I remember. For authentication, we only have sign up or sign in, invalidate and authenticate. And something like sign in allows for access, but doesn't provide the, it expects a password. What the heck? Is it really? Or maybe it completely doesn't matter what I'm going to put in here. I want to see the implementation of sign in. Let's do database dot sign in. Okay, something like this. Any auth. What is any auth? We get it from tabs.js. Oh, geez. Not great. How do we log in with a token then? This is interesting because nothing here specifies it. Maybe we need to take a look at the docs here, because I remember that at some point we were reading, not SurrealDB, SurrealQL, or maybe here, authentication. I remember that we saw those examples, but did we have something with the token in here? We have sign in with this and that's all good. Nothing here. Statements, define, access, record. And then with web token, we have this specified, but we don't have a way to, we don't have an example in JavaScript. Not great. Absolutely not great. Sign in, authenticate with a token, so that's fine. I wonder if we have somewhere a way to define which version. Connection options, version check. Version check. There we go. What is the version check? So let me just get to the integration once more. I'm gonna open a new tab, and we had the getting started, right? Initialization, connect, options. Do we have something about options? No, but use advanced custom logic to prepare the connection to the database. So connect and prepare. Prepare is await. So basically, use namespace and database, get a token from somewhere, and authenticate with token. So this is an example of how we would actually do it. And we could probably just shove it somewhere else. But for now, let's stay what we have. So we can use authenticate, no problem. We probably just need to do something with the version. And we just discovered here that there is the thing, field, version check. So let's set it to false. Connection options. So, okay. Sure. Don't want that. Get DB will be here. Connect. And the options we just do again. Version check. False. Maybe that's gonna work. Just maybe. Please work, because if not, the whole stream is for nothing. No. Unsupported version. What the heck? Is version supported? Larger than this, less than that. Let's see if we have maybe like beta versions of the SDK. Because maybe we're just missing that part. It's quite probable. So let's go to our package.json. And here we can see that we have the SurrealDB.js 1.0 beta 9. Do we have any other versions? Really? Now it doesn't want to give me the possible versions? Ay, 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 ay. Let's search for this. But on not WASM. For SurrealDB JavaScript 8 SDK, that's the JavaScript engine. We don't want that. Oh no, engine for the JavaScript SDK. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. No releases. Okay, I'm finding old stuff. npm. That's some WASM. Beta 15, no. SurrealDB JS, there we go. Need to actually search. Again, Google fails at every step. So we have version beta 9. Do we have any other versions that are maybe not published as the main ones? Wait a moment. There's beta 9 as the latest, and then we have beta 18 as beta. And that's the newest. Look at that. Beta 9 is from 2 months ago. Beta 18 is the newest. So maybe, just maybe, we can replace it with this one. Let's see what happens. At this point, please give me something. pnpm install. And let's see what's in here now. Or let's just run it and see if we get any errors. Reload. Okay. What's gonna happen if I'm gonna click login? I cut. Response authenticate. Okay, we got a different error. But what's the error? What the heck? A generic response error. We are supposed to have the error message inside, although we can't see it here. Auth DB. We've got this one, but it looked like it was just captured. Authenticate through login. And we didn't throw in the authentication fail or anything. So basically, let's try to do try catch error, and let's just print it out. This is weird. Let's authenticate, and again, no, nothing. Error dot What? Why is it that it opens up a million things on all the sides? Go away. I want to see the code. Response error. Dot message. Null exception. Oh, there we go. Failed to authenticate. There was a problem with the database. The access method users does not exist in the database xconti-tech. Really? Didn't we just define it? Or did we not? Oh, didn't we just... Oh, I'm such an idiot. We just defined a query, right? The table. So hey, that's what it looks... This is what the error looks like when we actually... don't use the proper thing. So now we can go to access and grab this whole thing. Yeah, this will be access users. Here, I guess. So let's just plop it here. Run it. Oh, we don't want that part. Okay, so this was created. We should have this access. As far as I know, right now you can't just list what kind of access you have. You need to remember, which kind of sucks that we can't just list the possible access things. We need to just keep it saved and remember about them. So kind of sucks, but let's see what happens. Okay, we defined it, so we can click again. And nothing happens. Refresh. Click. It's still thinking. Failed network. That's party town. We don't care about party town. RPC database. It's send it. Okay. So it's send the connection to the database, but we're not getting any response. Preview F result. Oh, because we probably logged in. We just don't print anything when we succeeded, right? Cool, but there was no errors. So yeah. Okay. So if we actually logged in, all right, we're gonna do basically is authenticated. We'll set it to true, and we're just gonna have separate that is authenticated, which is initially false. We're gonna make it real simple. So we've got our authentication. So I want to basically make it so that the database, we get it from here. Let's actually do it this way. If is authenticated, we just... Can we just straight up do it? Because I'm thinking like, we do this whole authenticate and whatnot, but didn't we just read that we can make it in one operation so that it logs in and does everything only when we actually need it? So we are probably done with Clerk already. Yeah, we're done with Clerk. We can log in as a user. We already have all the data that we needed from Clerk, so we don't have to touch Clerk anymore. Which is great. So let's just take a peek. What was I intending to do? Clerk, go away. Web tokens, go away. Yeah, JavaScript SDK. We have all those connect methods, but we have the one where we can prepare. So any queries executed before the prepare function finishes will be forced to wait. Okay, please know that this is also the case for queries executed within. So this should work. This should happen only when we haven't connected, I believe. So let's copy this code and kind of redo it, this whole get database, because I would like to do it when I call get database, I provide it with a token and I get a connection that's already authenticated. So, and then, and therefore the DB will be available only when the connection is actually live. So we've got this. If it's defined, return it. We create a DB. That's what we do. Yeah, we create it here. All right, so let's do let database is new serial. And then we're gonna try to connect. So I'm gonna just paste it here for now. This will be our IP, and this is something you can configure to, you know, connect to your config and put in whatever value is supposed to use, depending on if you're running it local as development, or maybe you have staging environment, or maybe in your production you have it, you know, supplied by something else, and therefore it would be, you know, when deployed it would be available in your frontend. Okay, we've got this prepare, and this will give us the DB object. Okay. So basically, okay. For some reason, the snooping Google was listening about database inserts and prepared statements. All right. So we can basically reuse that part, right? So first of all, we connect. When we get the connection, which is this, let's actually do it, name it connection, so that it kind of makes more sense. Use this namespace and database. Again, this will be something you can configure in your config, depending on the environment, because it will be different every time. And then we have the whole retrieve token. I want to change it. I want to pass the token as string. It needs to be provided no matter what. And we can therefore just do it here. If token, no if. All right, we always just authenticate with the token. And when that succeeds, we get our database, right? So when that succeeds, and only then, I am actually going to set the DB instance here to that database. If this will fail, the next time I execute it, I don't want to reuse that existing database that I started making here. Therefore, if something failed along the way, I will, you know, be starting over. So that's that. And therefore, we can just cache the error. And of course, return the database. There we go. This is something I like more. This way we don't have to have any separate authenticate. Right? Authenticate here. The only thing is that, let's see if it works, because I remember that previously was error matching the supported version. Maybe we don't have to have that anymore. So therefore we're gonna, and here we're just gonna do get DB. So we're gonna do is get DB. Let DB is get DB. And console log DB. Whatever. Let's see if we can do that. If that will work, we are set to start querying stuff. Click. And we got the response as promised. There we go. So we need to do await. We await the token and then we await the database. Sure. Click. There we go. We got our serial with the connection, the details, and the context. Okay. Status connected. Okay, so we can probably get connection status to see if it's still connected. I wonder if we can get maybe status of being authenticated or not, which would be nice, but I don't know how viable is this. Is that because another thing I wonder is what happens if suddenly my token, you know, the session expires? How do I detect that on my front end side so that it can re-authenticate? Does it close the connection automatically? I don't know. That's another thing that will be something to figure out, but maybe not this stream. This stream I would like to suddenly start getting into. Now that we connected to the database, I would like to start querying it. So we could do probably await db dot, and we can probably, we have some ways to fetch data. Data querying. We can do query, which runs a set of SurrealQL statements. Or we could basically get the whatever we need, which is, you know, the user ID record or something. So how would I make it so that I can check for the user stuff, for the, you know, like, hey, get me the user or create it if it doesn't exist. Something of that sort. Because right now here, we have the token, which is just a string. I don't want to suddenly be decoding the token to get the user ID and whatnot. And I don't want to have on my front-end side, I don't want to worry on my front-end side like, hey, I want to make sure that only this and that runs or something. Or maybe we should. Yeah, I would like to get the user record so that I can get an ID from it and use it when querying. So I can have a little bit more optimized queries that will go only through the records that actually match this and that. So let me think about it. How do I ask for, because when I would do something like select, I need to provide a thing, okay? The table name or record ID. So I could say, hey, select the table person, or in my case, it will be user, but that means that it's gonna go through all the users, and on each user, it's gonna run those permissions that we defined. That, where are they? Here. For each user, it will check if access is users and ID matches to get users for every single one. So if I have 200,000 users, it will run it 200,000 times when searching for the users. So what I would need to do, because it will be an equivalent of select whatever from user, okay? It goes through everything. But what I would need to do is basically where ID is, you know, user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? That's an equivalent of I want. Or in SurrealDB would be just select everything from, and you can just provide which record, like straight up. It's, you know, equivalent, maybe even more optimized, I don't know. Probably more optimized because this is, it doesn't need to run through the list of stuff to find the matching record. All it does, it reaches out to like a key value store for this specific record and has it instantly. So it's, you know, way faster. But the thing is, we can't provide that because it's like, oh, oops. But what we can do, I hope what we can do is basically use the auth thing. Let's see what we're gonna get if we're gonna do select everything from auth.id. Can we do that? Are we gonna probably run a few queries? Let's do query. Okay, and we're just gonna do select everything from user, okay? let's try to run that, and let's do let result is this, and let's just log the result. I want to see what's going to happen. I really want to see what's going to happen. So I'm going to click it. Ooh, failed to fetch. Has been blocked by course policy. Really? Really? How do we get the connection then? Wait, where's refresh? Refresh the page. Click. Now it worked. Go figure. And we got an array of nothing because there are no records. Okay. But what if we're gonna, but we know that it ran, the query ran. So what if we're gonna select everything from auth? Is the auth available during normal select query? Nothing. Or did it not refresh? Did I save? I saved. We got nothing. So looks like we can't access it during the thing. Can we access token? We got token. And we got users, DB. Okay, so we have access to the token. That means we have access to the ID. So we could basically do select everything from token.id. And in this case, it should be absolutely nothing because there's no user ID, right? I mean, there's no record for that user yet. So we've got that, and that means that we're gonna run it. We have one array of undefined. Okay, that's a different value, but great. Okay. I mean, it didn't find a record. So now the proper query would be to do something of this sort. I really don't like that it returned like a specific value, which kind of, I don't like it. Where's our thing here? So we have token .id. That's how we can get the ID. So we could do let's do user record let's do user ID is token ID. Okay, we're just gonna grab this, simplify. Then we can say wait, what is not SQL? SurrealQL, please. Then we're gonna for example, user record is this. But what we want to do is do from only, because we have only one record that we specify explicitly here, and we want the value. So if there's nothing, this should return absolutely nothing. So let's see if we're gonna get undefined. Here, select value from only. So we select the value. We don't want the value. I don't think the value star is actually all right. Let's just select user from only there. Let's see what this is gonna do. Wait, I want this. Click. Refresh. Click. Very strange error. Okay, so we got an array of undefined, which means array of 0. Okay, so an empty array. Great. That's what we need. So basically, we're gonna do this. And therefore, what we can do here is if array length of user record is 0, user records, then we need to create it, okay? So we're gonna call create, and instead of then, we're gonna use the new syntax, which is just curly brackets. So create, and then we can use that user ID, because that's a specific record that we want to create. And do we have anything to set? Not really. I think that will work. That will be good enough. All right. And we can, because what we're gonna get returned is something specific. Let me just see what kind of value we're gonna get returned. We're gonna do, for test, create test1, okay? Run query. We're gonna get a list that contains the thing. Let's see here. So by this time, we know for sure that there's no record like that existing. Therefore, if we're gonna call this, we can do basically save it as a parameter, new user record. We're gonna do create this user. I'm gonna get it returned, but we want to just the first object, right? Because the only thing. Although I don't know if we have create only or something, which let's see. Create only, test1. Run, there we go. So we can do create only. That will unwrap it. Because we're creating only one specific record. Okay, so we're gonna create it, and we can probably just return it. Return the value, and that return in 2.0 will instantly finish and return it. And that's it. So that's if it's 0. Else, we just do return those records. First element, first record. So what we can do probably is, if it's larger than 0, we're gonna return this. Otherwise, we're gonna create one and return it. And by running this query, we should be able to simply get a record if it exists, or create it if it didn't exist. If that makes sense. So we have two options here. Either to have this as, pasted into our code right here, or what I would prefer personally is to define function get user ID. I'm gonna do get user ID, and what is gonna take, it needs to be fn get user ID. What I'm gonna pass it is absolutely nothing, because it should retrieve it on its own. And what it's gonna be all this. Let me just make sure that this is how I define functions, just to make sure. Define function. Define function, fn, something, parameters. Oh, they need to have the dollar signs, but we don't pass in the parameters. And return something, and that's it. Okay, great. So this should do. I just want to do .id. Or no, the whole record. Yeah, just get user. Get or create user. Okay, and that's it. So what we can do is we can basically run it here. Yeah, run query. Great. And now the thing that we would actually execute is a little bit different. So in our code here, because now we have that that thingy, so we can just copy the name, and instead of doing this whole select or something, we just do return this. And I think this should give us already the value. I wonder if we can just do this. Because it will already access the token, it will already access a bunch of other stuff. So let's try it. And we're gonna log the result of what we received. Where's browser? Too many things running at the same time. Let's refresh it and click. Ooh, response error. That was an error. Okay, so that teaches us that we for sure want to wrap it in try catch to capture that error, and catch error console error dot message, because that weird thing doesn't contain normal errors for some reason. Okay, refresh, run, and we got undefined. Huh. Really? And let's just check here. Explorer, user. We have no users indeed. We were supposed to be able to create it, right? What I'm trying to do. So can I just run a few of those quickly? Let's do this. Return me this thing, okay? Token ID. I just want to make sure that I'm actually getting that properly returned. Refresh, click it, getting undefined. What? Oh, return. I guess that's what's required. Huh, same thing. So we are getting none. Token doesn't have an ID. Return hello world. Okay. Well, let's see if that works, because weird stuff is going on. Can database return that for me? Yes. Database can return that value for me. So the database connection still works. So how is it that we can't get anything? Select everything from token, right? We had that working before, I recall. I'm being confused, I'm sorry about that, but I'm just surprised. The token, unless I need to do capital I and D. Really? That might be the case. Select ID as the ID from token, just to verify. Oh, and when we were selecting token ID, we were already trying to select the whole record. That's another thing. So it wasn't empty, really. Yep, here we got the ID and we got the user ID, so that's good. That means if I'll make it lowercase ID, will that still work? Or is that gonna be just like, nope, you're stretching it? Look at that, the ID is undefined. So the names of those fields are really important, huh? Doesn't mean that our authentication fails. Doesn't mean that we need to do the fancy stuff. Let's just try this. I believe we can do define override. I'm gonna check that in a second, but wait, here, define access. I want to, yeah, I just have this. So our get or create user should be token ID and should be able to then use it, right? The capital ID. But that means that our user also need to be defined where the ID needs to be auth ID, or what I would do is token for now, ID. Okay, let's just do it that way because I don't know if the auth is actually assigned yet. So there's a new keyword in the alpha 9, which is the whole override. So we have defined table. We should have the override clause. Define table override. This is like what was before. So the override clause can be used to define a table and override an existing one if it already exists. So define table override. And this is basically the equivalent to what just define was in 1.x. That's the another thing. All right, so let's do that, and we can basically redefine our user record. Here, run, bam, should be redefined. Now we're gonna do define function override, overwrite, I think, and this one will be using the ID of capital I and D again. So hopefully it's gonna work as well. Let's see if we can use override here. Yes, we can. So now we can get back to our code here, and query will be return function, and what on earth was the name? Here. This should in theory work. Well, let's see if it works in practice. Refresh and click. Undefined error, of course. Come on. What is the problem? Select everything from token. I want to see what this user token is. We have, again, capital I and D. But it's just this. It's not a user. No. So another option is that we can just throw errors with actual something. So here we can just say let user is this, and we're gonna just return the user ID. Okay, for now, the rest won't happen. So let's redefine that, and this is how we can start debugging the whole thing. So let's push it here. CPN says, see you later, gotta go. All right, see you later. Don't know how much longer I'll survive today, but so if you're not gonna be back early enough, I wish you to have a great Thursday. Okay, so let's redefine the function. And let's run it again. Again, the fetch doesn't work anymore. Weird stuff. Okay, so we got the proper user thing. Good. So that means this works. Next would be to how about return user records? Methodates as the token return an array of objects. Yes, the token returns an array of objects. Array of fields. And ID was the proper value in here, which is, I was asking for specifically ID, so that worked, yeah. So let's try to figure out how to get the record. If this returns something, it should return nothing. I just want to see if it's an array, and if yes, what kind of length it is. So let's have this version now. And in here I can refresh and run it again. That doesn't seem right. What the heck? Didn't it get redefined? Come on, run query. The time changed. Therefore, I should be returning this. And return everything from this user ID. Huh? I got a list and I have just a value, which is very strange. Is it because it's a string? Oh, I see. Because this whole thing is a string here at this point. But can I do something like oh, come on, reformat it properly, please. It's still not properly formatted. Okay, now it's a little bit better. All right, so let's do let auth ID is auth.id. Will that get read from the ID here? Because in my opinion, it should. And we're just going to return it. Return auth ID. Because I was never able to see it, because I don't know if auth ID is available only within permissions, or is it available here as well? It's something I don't know. I want to check, because it's nowhere mentioned in the docs, not even for the auth parameter. So let's run it and see what happens. Undefined. Okay. So auth either isn't available in this context, or it's not read from here. So we have our token ID, which is just a string. So we need to convert a string to a thing, which is like a proper ID. So let's see if we can figure that out. Somewhere in functions, probably. Because we have meta functions, which is extracting the ID or table from the actual ID. But maybe there's type. Type thing. In type thing, we need to give it the table and the thing. We can't just convert a string to that. Not great. No, this is just for checking. We can check whether a string is a record ID, but that's not something that's going to work. How do we create a record ID from cast it into a record? That's an interesting idea. Let's try that. Let's do this, return user ID, and we're just gonna do a record of user. We're gonna cast it here. Very interesting idea. I would have not think about it. So let's see if that works. Click. We got error. Huh. Undefined error again. Come on, what's going on? I guess those errors stopped using the dot message. It's just error. So let's see the error again. Refresh. Click. It's just response error. That doesn't help much. Yeah. Your response error result. JSON. Stringify. Error. How about that? Will we get anything from it? Oh, now we see the message, not MSG. Expected a record user, but can I convert this into record user? So no, we can't cast string into a record. That's a surprising impediment. That's one thing I didn't expect to encounter. Because record user one works, huh? Let me try something. So let's try it here in Surrealist. Let's do return record of user table, and we're gonna provide it with user one. Let's see. Bam. No, it does not. At least not for me. Not in Auth 9 at least. Interesting how we're getting a different result. Which version of SurrealDB are you using, Mithridates? I mean, there would be a way around it, but then Auth ID wouldn't work either. Parse function. There's just URL and email, and that's it. No. String functions, join, length, lowercase, repeat, replace, split. Yeah, I mean, we could kind of hack it together so that it calculates it, but that's kind of silly. That's not something I would want to do, really. Not encoding. And not array. And the thing isn't mentioned here, but record IDs. Types, text record IDs. Method that says, yeah, works in 1.x, but not now. our user one will work, I think. Okay, I see. But how would I make it work though? Run? Yeah, that works. But can I do let string ID is this, and I'll do our string ID. In theory, could do it, but I don't think that's gonna work. Nope. Yeah, because it needs the quotes. Yep. That's a specific string literal. Hmm. Oh, interesting. Also in 2.x, you can do the cast, but only to record, not the record user. Ah, okay, that's interesting. Some hidden changes. So can I do this? Yeah, that works. So that means that we could simply have record. Okay, that's the token ID. And therefore, when we run this, this should be happy. Oh, maybe you just helped me fix the problem that would get me stuck for a long time. Here. Wait, didn't I just... Is this here? Yes, this here is correct. So I can just go to here and here, refresh, click. Okay, so we got a record ID. Perfect. ID and table. Awesome. So we've got that part. That means we can continue figuring out our query. If that works, we can select user records, and we select from now the actual user ID instead of string. Therefore, it should be nothing, and now it should actually work. Possibly. Possibly, maybe. Refresh. Run. Incorrect arguments for function array length. Argument 1 was the wrong type, expected array, but found none. And we found none because of the ID. Really? Unless the select only makes it into a single element. Interesting. If user records is not none, and this. So now is that this shouldn't happen, therefore we're just gonna return this, which should be fine. Otherwise, if we already have it created and we return a single element instead of an array, this should fail again. Therefore, we'll know that we need to fix it. Okay, we're getting forward. Thank you, Methodates. This is helping a lot. Okay, expect a single result output when using the only keyword. Oh, a what? This is only single thing. Yes, definitely feels nice to get unstuck, especially when I'm getting stuck again. So let's just do this. Return user records, because something is sketchy here. Huh. Yeah, something is sketchy. Yeah, adding limit 1, but to what? Because expect a single result output when using the only keyword. Here, I provided a 1. Unless I'm gonna get the same error now, if it's actually that. So look at that. This executed and returned an array of undefined. And we're getting an array because this is an array of responses. Because I think why is it an array? That's a good question. Is it because we have multiple support for separate queries or what? Where's the code? What if I'm going to do something like this? Okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do also return hello. Will this be 2 separate queries that gonna get, I'm gonna get 2 queries, or how will that work? Save it, refresh, run. Yeah, I got 2 separate queries. So now we know that as a result, I just want to return the first one. Result this. And this will be the actual thing that I'm trying to run. And that's another thing to keep in mind, that each query that you're gonna pass, it's gonna execute separately. So you need to wrap it in something if you want them to be considered a single transaction. Yeah, because otherwise each query will have its own little transaction. Or you just build your own transaction, that's another thing. All right, so we get back to that. So if we're gonna run it again, we see that we get absolutely undefined. Undefined is an equivalent of none in the database. So this is correct, we got none. So this executed with the only. Now it went here, create only. And I mean, this is just a single ID, so what the heck? 0 here? That's silly. I mean, return user ID. What the heck? I need to know what's going on here. Refresh, run. Oh, because we still have this. So we've got just the ID. See, no array, nothing, just the ID. So if we create just the ID, I guess we just get this. Run, and let's see if we get an error from this. Undefined. Did we create a user? No, there's no user created. Oh, I think I know why. Because we're not allowed to create it. We run this, but we have no permissions to create anything. And I guess instead of throwing an error, it just fails to do it. And this is because here we're using the token in some way. Here, the token. We need to specify that it's a record. Okay, now this is gonna work. Huh. Here, let's just run this part. Bam. And do we have anything else here? Also user ID, this and that. Token ID, that was just a function, nothing else here. So yeah, that might be it. That might be the fix. So we refresh, click, and we got an array of those objects. So the first one will be this, and we got the record ID inside as an ID. So now we actually have the record here. User, refresh. There's our first user. Created just because we have because we logged in as, what do you call them? Normal Clerk user. Okay, that's great success. That actually makes me excited because that means it's possible to do it, and other than some weird shenanigans, it's not a big deal. Okay, so that's this part. Let's redefine it so that we actually get, first of all, let's format it properly. This is driving me nuts. And we return the first thing that was returned. We should be able to do this. Okay. So let's actually do this. I'm gonna run this query. I'm gonna go to Explore Users, and because here in the Surreal list, I'm logged in as a service user, I can actually preview those, and I can easily right-click, delete record, because this is, you know, I can do whatever. I'm not bound by those permissions as a service user. Alrighty, so let me just, first of all, this spaces for future formatting. And now I want to grab the existing query because this should work from now on. Paste it here. Ah, beautiful. So now I can recreate that account, right? Click. There's the only one record ID that we returned that we can use in the future when running other queries. Because we have the user ID, record ID, which is awesome. We can optimize them. Yeah. So next, let's just verify that this user got created again. There we go. User created again. Now, in addition to that, I want to refresh and click login again. Ooh, incorrect arguments for function array length. There we go, because we know that in here, when we call for user records, this only will basically make sure that we get only a single record or nothing. Therefore, we don't need this check anymore. As long as it's not none, that means it's the actual record and we can just return it. Okay? Yeah. Kind of, we don't need to do it from there, but all we're doing here is just making sure that the user exists in the database, and therefore, you know, if we need to create it or not. And the whole idea is that we call it only once when we actually log in. So no big deal. Let's just update the definition, and I think we're gonna be done with that section. Run and refresh, click. You got the record ID, even though it already existed, which is also no errors that we tried to create something that already exists. Good. And the IDs are always there. So the question is, let's say that I'm going to change now in the definition of the user. But instead of doing this funny thing, you know, this record token ID, I'm just gonna copy it and just place it here for now. I'm just gonna do auth ID. Because apparently it's supposed to take it from the token, right? Therefore, it should be populated. I just want to verify that it is, because if it is populated, I'll be able to get that existing record. You know, this won't fail. I'll actually get the record and therefore can return the ID. Otherwise, if it returns nothing because it failed, I won't be able to create anything. I'll again return nothing. So just adding that change will verify if the auth ID actually works for me as it's supposed to. So let's redefine it. Get to the website, refresh, click login. Okay, that worked. So we verified that the auth ID works. As far as I learned so far, it works only within the, what do you call them? Only within the permissions. Although we didn't check one extra thing. What if we couldn't use it here because the record wasn't created and it tried to verify it? What if I'm gonna do it now, where I do let auth object is auth. Can I just do that, or just .id? Can I do return auth ID? What is going to happen? I expect it to be just null. Although it would be convenient to have it available as long as the object is, because therefore we don't need to grab it from somewhere else. Let's update it here. And let's see what happens. We have the record. Okay. All right, so auth ID is available anywhere from the function. But the thing is that this auth ID is populated only if we already have the user record for it. Okay, so this is gonna basically use the ID to find the record, and if it exists, do it. Therefore, in theory, we can just run this instead of this whole thing. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Let's try it. So we get rid of this whole crazy thing. And we just have our auth ID. So if the auth.id is not none, therefore if it's defined, we just return auth ID. Okay? Otherwise, we need to create it. And we don't have this user ID, we just create it like this. This might be a little bit shorter and neater. Let's just add the note. The auth.id is set only when the user record already exists. Unless I'm totally wrong. Because how would it know which table to reach out to? There's some magic behind it that I'm not understanding. Let's run this. Let user ID is, whoa, this thing, okay. And remember about the semicolon. Plural. So let's see. Right now, when I refresh, I should be able to get it, right? I'm getting the record ID because it exists. So we're gonna go to Explorer, refresh, yep, and let's do delete. Okay, it's not here. Let's do refresh again, login again. Now we've got undefined. Huh. So we refresh and we don't have the record. This is so weird. So we got the ID before. Oh. Wait a moment. This is really strange. So if we look at that query again, if auth ID is none because we don't have the user record in a database yet, we tried to create it, right? But when we try to create it, maybe it fails because it tries to validate the ID like this. And it fails because auth ID isn't set yet because this record hasn't existed yet. But at the same time, how does this access, okay, how does this access that specifies the token that we are using, how does this figure out, especially this named users, plural, how does it figure out that it should reach out to the table called user? Unless it keeps track of this where somewhere, like accesses this and that, but I could put weird logic here. I don't understand that part. It doesn't make sense. It 100% doesn't make any sense. I'm not understanding it. It just contradicts itself. So let's do something else. Yes, I have the define access. We have define access here. With JWT, we specify the token. And the token has the ID, okay? So let me just copy this current version of this function so it's up to date here, okay? So the thing is that this is users plural, while the table user, has nothing to do with it. It's not directly connected, not referenced anywhere. And what I found is that if there's no record existing in the user table here, the auth.id is empty. It's just straight out empty. It doesn't read it from the token at that point. That's why I can say if it's not none, return the ID because that means the record exists. But if it is none, create a new table because at this point auth ID doesn't exist. I'm trying to create a new record, but it doesn't create it anymore because here in permissions I have it said that the ID needs to be of the new record needs to be basically the auth ID. And the thing is that because this record doesn't exist yet, the auth ID is just null. So you can't create it. It's so silly. Therefore, this whole create statement here is pointless. Anything interesting if you look into info for DB? Let's see. Info for DB. Accesses, users. We just have the token. We have the function, models, tables, user. Okay. And nothing really interesting here. We can see that default duration for token is 1 hour and for session is infinite. And that's it. So something tells me that there's a bug with this ID. Maybe something's changed here and there. And something just, got lost somewhere in the upgrades. Therefore, I'm willing to actually go into the extra fun statement so that when we have our statements define access record, we should have the authenticate clause where we can actually, before the whole thing happens, do something. So in the context of define access type record, the authenticate clause can be used to change the record identifier returned by the sign in and sign up clauses, or replace the identifier provided in the token when authenticating with JWT. This clause can also be used to log or stop authenticating attempts from record users, as it is always executed across sign in, sign up, and token authentication. Unlike permissions clause, the authenticate clause is executed only at the time of authentication, resulting in increased performance for queries that only need to be validated at that point. So let's just see. On the other hand, permissions queries are executed in every time each record. So yeah, good for fit. Yeah. Replacing the record identifier that will be used to establish the session is especially useful in scenarios where the token used to authenticate the session does not contain one. This is common when using an external authenticator provider, which may only have knowledge of generic user identifiers such as an email, address, or UID. In the below example, we check if the session may already be tied to an existing. So let's just read that. By using the auth reserved parameter, which contains the record identifier of the authenticated user. So we can select the ID field from auth. It means that the token already contained the ID for a record that exists in a database. If that is not the case, we can check if the token contains a different claim that we can rely on to uniquely identify users. Okay. Uniquely identifies user. In the case we check for an email address. Okay, so this was the basic example, right? Authenticate, if auth ID is there, just return it so it stays the same. Otherwise, if token email is the thing, select everything from the user, and I guess everything is gonna set into the auth. Or is auth ID strange? So what does it expect as a return value? Because here we're returning the auth object, or here we're returning the auth ID object. Because the authenticate clause is always executed across sign in, sign up, and token authentication, it is in a unique position to centralize logic. User credentials are deemed valid, but before the user is completely authenticated. Below, we show an example of validating if a user is enabled. If it is not the case, we can throw an error stating why the user cannot authenticate, stopping the authentication attempt with a custom message. You can also choose to not return anything, which results in a generic authentication error. If the user is enabled, we can return the record identifier, which confirms that authentication is successful and specifies that the record user which will be authenticated in a session is the same that was already authenticated. So it doesn't matter what we return. I would expect that you can set what the auth ID is in here. unless whatever we return, if it's a record ID, it just takes it, or if it's an object, it extracts an ID out of it. Because I saw that behavior somewhere at some point. It makes sense. Let's just see that it's the same here. Something happens. Nope. We can add the token here. Sure. Create audit and we return the auth. Okay, I think that's the case. That whatever we return from here, if it contains the ID, it takes this. If it is an ID, it also takes it. So let's try that. And we have the situation where the with JWT is after the authenticate. So let's see how we can use it. And that was defined where? On define access. So let's do it here. And that happens before the authentication happens, therefore we are not bound by the user thing. So I'm thinking that we could actually make it whenever you authenticate, it already creates the user record beforehand for you, so that the user never ever has to call this. Because the record will always create it for them whenever they log in, which will be even nicer. So we have record, and with JWT will be later. We can actually make it like this, all fancy. And we're just gonna do this with authenticate. And therefore, if auth ID is none, then we're gonna do throw no ID in the token. I want to know what the hell's going on, like before we even do it. Otherwise, throw there is an ID in the token, okay? So no matter what, it will be always an error. I just want to see it initially. Okay, more debugging basically. I guess we're missing a semicolon here. And with, there's a problem. Parse our expected token with. So I think that's what I remember. The with needs to be before authenticate. Yeah. Override. Wait. There we go. Okay. So that's another little thingy that's mistaken in documentation. The with needs to happen before authenticate. I remember somebody in the Discord channel had a problem with that. So we've got this auth updated thing. So now in the code, I'm gonna do straight up, don't even try to do the query. Just try to log in. First, get the database and see what happens. So we go here, refresh, and click. Failed to connect. We just need to get the error message. Where do I have the code for it? Get DB. Connect. I want to catch error dot message. And this should be enough to figure that out. Refresh, click. Failed to connect. There was a problem with the database. An error occurred. No ID in the token. So look at that. We have a token that has the ID, but it isn't assigned here. What if? What was the ID of that user? I don't have that here anymore, right? Let's do it here. We know that's no ID in the token, so let's do token ID is, and we add, we convert to string, token ID. Save. And oh, I was supposed to put it the other place. So this needs to happen before the other stuff. And then we have authenticate here. Overwrite. Let's add it here as well. Okay. So now the same thing. We log in and we have error. Error could no ID and the token. Why does it show the old stuff? It should throw this thing. Run the query again. Access override users on table type record. We have the token, and then we have authenticate this. Refresh. Click. Token ID is, and we have user and this. So this is our token. So I should be able to quickly go and do create this, right? Let's create it. Bam. So that means that, where's our thing here? So that means that this here should be still none, right? And should throw again, there's the error. But I expect that now it will say there is an ID in the token. So let's see what happens. Refresh. And click. There is an ID in the token. What the heck? So let's do another test. Let's, in that case, let's get rid of this thing. Oh, I know why. I know why it knows how to get to that table, because it has the thing. So, okay, I see. So basically, Auth ID, the way it works is that it doesn't just read from the token. It doesn't just read from the token. What it does, it reads from the token, and then it checks if the record exists. Because that ID already holds which database and which ID. Therefore, it checks if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it fails. Therefore, this shouldn't be possible. This will prevent the user from creating their own record. Because if the record doesn't exist yet, it cannot be created. Therefore, this needs to be addressed somehow in the docs. Or there should be a super weird edge case where, in case something, it happens. Otherwise, I would just need to have, extract it manually from the token. Or in my case, I am forced to write a separate authenticate, where basically, if this ID is none, create record token ID, right? And I need to return this thing. And this will basically return the thing. So that's one option. Or I just do let record ID is this, but I just want to do this so that I specify the correct thing. Let's actually do this. Let new ID, new record ID is this, and if new record ID is none, could not create user record. Okay, just one extra thing. Otherwise, return a new record ID, which should be already existing. So, okay, that's that. And if it exists, if auth ID is not none, just return it at .id. There you go, and we should be fine. So this should create the account, the record in users the moment you authenticate, before you even start. Okay, so let's do this. Copy. Let's get rid of this record. Plop it here. Run. Error. Let record. Where did I put record here? Unexpected token record. Expected future. What? Let user ID is this, and we just plop it here. Now it's gonna be happy. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Okay, now it's good. So that means that our code here will simply try to connect to the database, authenticate, and that's it. And that should already work. And I should be able to, after that, simply go query, select everything from Auth ID. That's what I should be able to do. And I want to do that and see what the result is. Otherwise, I will have a bunch of errors in between. So let's just verify there's nothing in the user table. So if I go here, refresh, click, we just got an array with that user. So we're able to query it. And therefore, automatically, without us calling create manually from the thing, we have the record. Okay? And I should be able to easily just query it once again without over creating it or something. It's still there. Okay, that works. I think that's the best solution, where it just creates the record for you. And therefore, I would like to actually update things. Let's make it so that yeah, let's do something fun. Let's say that I want to keep the user data always up to date. Every time they log in, I want to update the user record. So let's do it this way. So on the user record, I want the user to be able to select and maybe delete. Just select the record or completely delete it. All right? So when they delete an account, we just delete their stuff. They log out, it's not there anymore. Great. We don't want it to update it, and therefore I want to do define field email. On user, type string, and need on table user for some reason, as if there was other place to define a user on, or maybe we don't need it. I don't even know. Type string. No, type option string, because it might be optional. And assert either value is none or string is email. We just want to verify that it's an actual email. Additionally, we had define field user name. Okay, on table user, it's not an optional string. And assert that value is, let's do string length is larger than 1 character or something. I know that I have some requirements, so you know, we have basic requirements for the username. So those two fields, they will adhere to this. The user themselves only can view it or delete it and nothing else. And therefore, let me just add overwrite, because I'll be adding it absolutely everywhere, because I'll be updating that everywhere just in case. And therefore, let's specify it. What I want to do. Let's specify it here. Now we have those two additional fields. Run. Okay, we've got the two additional fields, so we're gonna go to designer, user has those fields. Therefore now, maybe in that access, instead of just checking if creating the account doesn't exist or whatever, returning it, what if we ignore if the ID is none or not? I don't care. What I want to do is let user ID is, I'm just gonna always get it from the token. I don't care about the auth ID at this point. And what I'm doing here is I'm gonna do create user ID. That's a record. And what I'm gonna do is set username is basically the token username, or I had a name in there. And I think it's capitalized as well. Let's check. Yeah, I can just run it here instead of that, or yeah, for now instead of that. I just want to see the token again, so like everything from token. And let's refresh. Run it, and our token has, what do we have here? So the name that I set is NAME. Okay, good. So looks like only ID, DB, AC, and NS are being capitalized for some reason, while the name stays the same, and additionally email stays the same. Okay, so we can do basically we can do it so that not this too many VS codes. So we want to set username is token name and email is token email. Okay, that's how we're gonna create a user, and we just return the user ID. And if there was a problem anywhere around it, oh well, that was a problem. This way, every time the user logs in, we update user information with the freshest username they selected and with the freshest email they have specified. This way we always ensure that it's always there. So, and instead of create, it will be upsert. Upsert is like basically update back then, but it just overrides the data. Okay, I think that's it. If that's gonna work, I will be really, really, really happy, because we're just keep simplifying it while getting features. So let's push it. Bam. And let's take a peek. Right now, refresh. This is our user. We don't have email set. We don't have username set. So in here, let's refresh. That terminated the connection, so our session expired, and we log in. And as a response, we got our user that has email, ID, username, everything. And in here, we refresh. Bam, it's set. Oh, that feels so good. Can I change the username? Here, manage account, update username. xconti test GitHub. Save. Okay. Update it. I'm gonna go back to the main page. Here it shows my updated thing. Here it doesn't know about it yet, but I click login to DB. I've got data updated. Therefore, here, we already got username up to date. Everything's synchronized. Every time user logs in, they'll have the newest stuff available. And in theory, you could set it out that if they change something or whatever, they need to redo something. But, you know, I don't think it's a big deal. So, hell yeah, this is awesome. That means we don't need this anymore. This function, get or create a user, pointless. Absolutely pointless. Because the user is always created. The moment you are allowed to log in, your account record is there. That means that if we remove it, we need to do remove function, and bam. Run. Function's gone. We're good. Okay, so user is up to date. We have those fields set up. Very happy. And I guess if user has invalid email somewhere, they won't be able to log in, but I don't worry, Clerk should have that taken care for me. The access is defined. We use fun features like authenticate, upsert, overwrite. Gosh, 2.0 so far is turning out to be fun adventure. Okay, so what is next? So now the idea is, I don't have much time. I think I might be actually finishing right now. After this fun battle. Let's get rid of that part. Because now the idea is to figure out how we want to move things around. I believe we still have the diagram somewhere here. Somewhere. Of what we actually made. This thing here. Okay, so the thing is that the user will be able to log in from the front end. And from the front end, the user needs to perform only certain number of actions. I don't think there's a point for the user to, try to list series or try to list topics or posts. There's no point of doing that because the whole idea is that the website is using those behind the scenes to just store data about things and generate static pages. Because that's what happens when I run the page. This list is statically generated. The all posts is statically generated. The next page is already pre-rendered with the list of that will be there, right? The same thing. I go here, it's all pre-rendered. That's why it took a second to load now, because behind the scenes, the dev server was quickly rendering it and just served me static page, okay? Only things like on the bottom that I want to actually interact with, things like comment. That's the only thing that I want the user to be able to get from the database, as in, hey, what are the comments for the post of that ID? I don't need to have access to that post because I already see the content, I already see the tags, I've got to go to tags. They are all, again, pre-rendered. Even I click here, the list of articles for the tags is just a pre-rendered page. So all that stuff is not needed. So maybe I'll use some fun coloring to differentiate where we need to actually something. I don't want access to posts at all. So we just do it red. No access here. To something like series, no access. To topics, no access. Therefore, things like is about or series contains, no thank you. But what else? Post requires some other posts. Nope, don't care. User, they can view themselves so that they're cool. Okay, user wants to know about themselves, and users should be able to query the comments. It would be nice to be able to limit it so that when the query happens, it needs to specify additionally which this is for a specific post. So I'm not sure how to deal with that, because it would be so cool to specify that, you know what, you don't have access to specifically query the comments table, but it would be fun if the user could query could be allowed to, for example, execute specific function and provided values, and whatever runs in that function would be allowed. That would be great, but we don't have that feature so far. So that means that the user can query comments however they want. So that needs to happen here, right? You have to query the comment. Okay, so in permissions, we need to add additional things where only the approved comments can be displayed for the user. So now let's make it yellow, as this is the query parameter that happens automatically when checking for things. We need to check for likes for a comment. But now the thing is that, do we want to be able to query the things? I'm just starting to think like some of the things could be pre-calculated, because other than knowing how many, other than knowing who liked which post, we don't want to make it a social platform where suddenly, we can hover over the like and who liked it or who didn't. Although that could be a fun feature, actually. But at the same time, when we display the list comments, do we want to query everything? I guess so for now. Yeah, so let's keep that likes exist. You can check if user liked something. All right. You can't query different user, but you could get different user IDs and check what they liked, which is kind of scary, because suddenly we're allowing to check what other user liked without putting guards on that, huh? So let's make it that no, user cannot search for likes of other users. Okay, we'll just say that they don't have access to the likes table at all. Therefore, I would need to expand this a little bit and add, let's emoji box empty check X. Let's do that. We don't have it done yet. This will be number likes count. Okay. Pre-calculate it. It could be a feature, so it recalculates every time you call it, but we can fire events whenever somebody likes something. Therefore, we can just update it in here. So we could implement that, okay? So that will be probably next stream. We can just define those. And no access to likes. We just need to add this. And then what? User likes a post. So I guess we should have access to some extent to posts. because I would like the user to be able to just see how many likes there are without updating too much, huh? How do we do that? Because if I'm going to add an option that the table has permissions none, but the specific fields have those permissions, that means that the user can say, hey, show me all the posts that exist and how many likes each has. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's now we're exploring posts. I would need to add additional checks in those permissions to hide the posts that are not, not published and whatnot. I don't like it. I guess it would make sense more to go with likes, but then again, we can list everything. Okay, this sucks. I guess we would need to have a pre-rendered table, table view that shows how many likes for which post. And we can have it pre-calculated. Therefore, we'll have only the information that we actually allow to have there, which is the ID of the post, how many likes, and maybe how many comments. Okay? So let's just write it down here. And we're gonna make it post interactions. All right. Let's just start using this beautiful red X everywhere. And what we're gonna have here is very simple. Not even post name. It'll be post ID. Then we're gonna have, what else are we going to have? Likes count and comments count. Okay. And maybe we could do last comment date or like time or something, right? So we know that if maybe we want to show at some point which post got some interactions recently, and let's just add a little thing about it. This is, what was the name of it? There was a name for those tables. So when we go to define table, we have this whole thing, which is pre-computed table views. So let's do table view. Okay, so this is actually a nice way to use it, and we're gonna make it that you can query it. Green. Okay, so that's something that the users will be able to get to. All right. And this way we'll be able to not give them access to actual posts, but still pre-calculate that automatically, give them access to those numbers, allow them to query it, and yeah, that should be it. So likes themselves go red. Learned date, oh, that's another thing that we want to be able to preview what we learned. And for things like learned, we want to definitely be able to query for the post. Where did I learn it? Did I learn it? And for the user themselves, I want to see, let's also make it blue. So blue will be for things that are only for the user themselves. I as a user want to see what I liked. Okay. Which posts, which comments I liked, which posts I liked, what I learned, what I viewed, and let's ignore the authored yet, or maybe what I authored, okay? And approved only for the stuff that, you know, view the comments that you are the author of and therefore can approve, which is a little bit more complex, but we'll get there at some point. Okay, so this is where we're gonna go next stream. We're gonna actually adjust those changes to the schema, add those changes. So we're gonna have the table views, permissions for some larger thing, and various permissions where either only you can view them for yourselves or something more complex and whatnot. And if that's gonna be the case, this shouldn't take long. This will be probably an hour, maybe 2 hours of work. And therefore the next step will be to actually start implementing it. So now that we started it in the backend, we have Clerk set up and login working. I'll do a little bit of work to make it automatically configured and whatnot, you know, behind the scenes, where I don't have to worry that you're gonna see some connection strings that you shouldn't or whatnot, and make it maybe a little bit more usable around the application, figure out how to make it work with Vue.js and Astro, which is very interesting combination, because I also want it to happen in a different way. I want to have a different kind of user available. That will be probably a JWT user, not a record user or something. I don't know yet. Where when I build Astro project, it actually connects to the database. And I don't want to have those posts and everything defined in the database itself and Astro taking it from there. I want it the other way around. I want it so that whenever I build something in Astro, Astro actually repopulates everything here. If the post exists, it adds it. If it doesn't exist anymore, it marks it as, you know, deleted or something. Maybe that's something we need to add, because I still want the likes to exist there or whatnot. At least some of the info, the references that are there, I want them to stay. So Astro would basically do all that. And therefore, this, that, and that will keep itself up to date. So all I need to do to add a new blog post, I just write a new markdown file, fill out a few fields in there, just like I was doing before, and the database will be updated on its own. Separately for production, separately for staging, separately for dev. Okay? And this way, all this is gonna get updated, everything else, and it should be seamless. And that will be a very interesting approach. And that's where I can see those different ways to authenticate work as well. But that part will be probably a little bit later, or maybe, I don't know, I'll figure it out. But for sure, next Wednesday, for some of you next Thursday, the regular time, there'll be another live stream for SurrealDB, where we're trying to do some of this stuff now that we have authentication figured out. And yeah, that's that. And when it comes to Friday, on Friday, there will be no NIM stream. I'll be actually streaming Godot, because I'm gonna try to learn Godot game engine as fast as possible so that I can prep for the GMTK game jam. That will be starting not this Friday, but next Friday. And therefore, I'll be streaming a lot over the time of the game jam. It starts on Friday, so probably the Friday stream, I'll start maybe around 8 p.m. rather than 9 that I usually start. Stream maybe for some hours, and then over the weekend, I would expect to stream maybe 6 hours in the morning, 6 hours at night or something. So it's gonna be intense, but I'm excited. I haven't participated in an online game jam yet. Last game jam I participated in was 2016. It was in person, 24-hour game jam. It was fun. So, yeah, these are the plans. we'll see how that goes. And I want to thank you for watching. So if you enjoyed the stream, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. I also wanted to mention again that for some reason I decided to create a little Discord community. Link is in the description if you want to join and you have more questions or something. I'll be always happy to respond. I have no community right now, but maybe as it grows, it could be fun. For now, it's just crickets in there, so I don't know why I added that. For some reason, I want to create some kind of community. And that's that. So again, thank you for watching. And I'll see you on Friday. And thank you for help, Method 8. It's invaluable.